Welcome to the Cisco Ethical Hacking Bootcamp. Get ready to dive into the world of ethical hacking with Cisco's Ethical Hacker course. This free hands-on course from Cisco Networking Academy is designed to equip you with the practical skills needed to identify and defend against cyber threats. In this bootcamp, we'll focus on the real-world, practical aspects of the course, ensuring you gain not just knowledge but hands-on experience in ethical hacking techniques. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your skills, this bootcamp will help you build a strong foundation in cybersecurity.
In this course, the first thing is that we need to understand what is ethical hacking and how we can perform the actual pen test. The penetration testing is the process where we actually exploit the vulnerabilities. So, in the security audit, we will see in the later part of the lecture. In the audit, we are actually going theoretically over what our weakness may be. But in pen testing, we are actually trying to exploit them. Then there is information gathering and vulnerability scanning. These are the different parts that before starting or attacking any target, you must think like an attacker or a hacker, and you must gather as much information about the target as you can, and then you actually perform some scans. We will see what are these. Similarly, what are the social engineering attacks, which is exploiting the human weaknesses instead of the technical issues in the system. We can exploit the human behavior. Next are the wide and wireless attacks. These we will see how we can do that, like the network attacks, or how we can actually hack some Wi-Fi networks. Then the application-based vulnerabilities, like we can go over the web application pen testing or the mobile pen testing, cloud and IoT security, and so on. And in the end, how we can report this. So this is just going to be uh, overview what we are going to be covering in this course. Now, before we move forward, we must understand that the techniques that we will be learning here are actually used by the hackers. And the goal of this course is not to make you a hacker that go over the illegal side of the things or cross some boundaries. So we must know all of these tools and all of these techniques, because we must understand how a hacker thinks and how he actually plans his attacks. So we are actually going into the socks of a hacker and understand how he attacks the system. But hacking without the knowledge, even if your colleagues or your neighbors, may be illegal. So we must try to avoid this. And the other thing is that we will be setting up our own lab, which will be sandboxed, means that it will not be interacting with your actual systems. We will have our target on our own PC. We will be trying to pen test it as a real system, but we will not go out or we will not interact with some live systems over the internet. If you have any questions at any time, you can ask. So this was the introduction. Now is the module 1, which is introduction to ethical hacking and pen testing. So here it is a little bit of just description that who is going to be our strategy, which is Alex, which will be telling us or guiding us through our journey. So the basic aim of this module one, is to understand the ethical hacking and pen testing. What are the actual these terminologies mean, and what are different pen testing methodologies that we can follow, and how we can build our own lab, which will be utilized in our later modules. Okay, so what is an ethical hacker? So before we go into what is ethical hacker, what is a hacker? A hacker is an unauthorized user who attempts to gain access to information system. So in this course, we are utilizing the same techniques that a hacker use. So what is the key line difference between a hacker and an ethical hacker is that an ethical hacker has the permission of his target to attack his system. So this permission is often referred to as the scope of the test. We first interact with our target or our client. We decide what is allowed and what is not allowed, put it in writing. We don't do anything, as an ethical hacker does not do anything without the written permission of his client. So we define the scope, and then we are actually trying to pen test a system or perform the vulnerability assessment, perform different scans, and exploiting our targets. So, but why do we need to perform the penetration testing? Over the years, you must have heard the terms of a cyber audit. Normally, the cyber audit is done as per the theoretical part. It just keep tracks of all the assets that we have in our organization. What are the services that are installed there? What are the applications there? And when they are when they are being updated, and if they are not being updated, then they write down in the report that nothing is being updated. But in the penetration testing part, we actually try to bypass those restrictions that the defender have put in there, or we actually try to exploit the weaknesses and show the client what can happen. So it is said that the seeing is believing. So we are not actually depending upon on the theoretical stuff. We are going to actually penetrate into the network, into the systems, exploiting the vulnerabilities of the networks, the applications, or everything. And it helps us. For example, here it is a little bit of example that a 4 feet tall wall may be enough to keep some dogs away, but it may not be enough to keep the people away. So if defender has put in some restrictions over there, he has tried to secure his network by applying some policies, by applying some restrictions. He may have assumed that he is secure, but there may be some loopholes. So loopholes and weaknesses, or there may be some configuration flaws that he may have overlooked. So once we are actually trying to penetrate a system, we can actually see that whether we are able to exploit it or not. So while you are taking this course, you must have heard that the cybersecurity is becoming the new initiative, or what we can say the new future. So people are looking for the expert cybersecurity professionals, and there are a number of jobs that are posted for the cybersecurity professionals that they need. For example, the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Career and Studies You can click on this link, and you can see that there are different job roles that are there. So if you just hover everything, it will tell you that what information do you need or what it is related to, what technology or what everything. For example, if you go over the legal, it will tell you what it requires. For example, it requires system authorization, knowledge management. It will tell you about what all information you need and what are the job titles that you can aim for after learning something from here. So if you go over these job boards, you can do this task at your own time. That you can see that here different jobs by seniority and experience level are posted on master.com, on LinkedIn, and indeed.com. So these are different job boards that you can see. Now to understand the hackers, normally we see that there are individual hackers who do not coordinate with each other. But there are some hackers that are organized. For example, there may be some organized group. We sometimes hear the word that there is a group uh, called Anonymous that did this, or there is some other group who did this. So these are the criminals that have organized themselves over the years. Uh, they have a very strong recruitment policy where they recruit young hackers, train them, and then they commit crimes over the web or over the internet. So these are called organized groups, organized criminals. Then there are activists. Activists are not motivated by money. So what are they looking for? They may be working for some political agenda or some belief. Okay, if for it may be religious or it may be something of some passion there. For example, they may be looking for to save birds, or they may be some vegetarians, something like that. But they may attack some other people or some other groups for the purpose of embarrassing or financially affecting a target. They are not looking for money, but they are looking to harm others based on their ideas or their political beliefs. Then there are state-sponsored attackers, which we say that we mostly heard the terms that Chinese are doing this, Russian are doing this, or US have some forces, or North Korean have forces. So there are some groups that are organized by state and are utilized by them for attacking other nations. Maybe they do not tell the people, but they are there. And the most dangerous ones are the insider threats that comes from inside an organization. So these threats are normal employees who are tricked into divulging sensitive information or mistakenly clicking on some links. If you're the insider may be willing a willing worker for the hacker, or he may be an untrained professional as well. So he may click some malicious link, so he unknowingly allow access to some attacker, or he may just uh, get acquainted with some hackers and do their task for some money or some other like things. For example, if there is some two telecom companies, one telecom company can bribe the other person who is working as the network admin in other company, and he may provide some sensitive information about the target. So this may be some insider threat, which are the most dangerous ones. So this module is a little bit going to be basics. We will be covering some basics so that we have the better understanding of what we will be doing. So now we need a methodology to perform a pen test. Why? Because there are so many tools, there are so many methods, there are so many services that are running while you are performing a pen test that you are surely to get lost in the system or in the network. So you need to perform some systematic approach, some logical reasoning, and some logical execution of the task uh, uh, that is in hand, so that you go systematically, you document the findings. Even if you are failing, then you are telling them, or telling the client that this system is working fine. You can only do this if you are able to follow some methodology. There are some well known tests that we do. For example, we can test network infrastructure, which is the testing of switches, routers, firewall, and we perform such tests, for example, authentication, authorization, and accounting services are running or not, whether our IPS is able to block us or not, if we are doing some kind of malicious activity, whether our firewall or intrusion prevention system works as desired or not. For example, if we are testing some wireless networks, we may try to attempt to break the Wi-Fi password and see that if we are able to do that and whether the company or the client is using some weak passwords. The other is the application-based test, which is which is focused on security weaknesses of the enterprise applications. These can be the mobile applications and the web applications, and we often find a lot of vulnerabilities in these. For example, this in the case of Facebook.com, we are actually testing their website and their mobile application, and we are looking for some vulnerabilities in there. These are the vulnerabilities name, which we will be seeing in the later labs. And a great resource to learn about what are the top vulnerabilities that we are expected to find is the OWASP. OWASP project publishes top 10 vulnerabilities of the mobile applications, the web applications, and the general vulnerabilities. So we can look what are the general vulnerabilities that are most common, and we can go from there, and uh, from the most common to least common, we can test each vulnerability step by step. But we must know that most of the incidents that occur are mostly due to social engineering attacks. They may be exploiting some vulnerability in some of the system or some application. Normally, they start from social engineering attack, where they send you some kind of email, an SMS, or a link. Some internal employee can click on it, or he can download some exe file, run it, and some kind of viruses come in the system and compromises the whole network. So most of the attacks nowadays start from social engineering attacks, and then they link other system vulnerabilities. So what good organizations do, they enroll in bug bounty platforms. If you go there, there are a lot of bug bounty platforms. For example, HackerOne is one of them. What these platforms do, that they tell you that hackers, they invite different attackers and pen testers. They give you the scope that this is the scope that you can test these kind of vulnerabilities, you can test these kind of vulnerabilities on these kind of on these websites of mine. For example, Tesla is enrolled there, so you can test Tesla, and if you find some vulnerability, you report it on HackerOne, and you get paid. So these are the bug bounty platforms that are becoming most common because uh, you invite ethical hackers from all over the world who can test your website and prevent you and protect you from uh, other breaches or attacks and help you to patch your systems. So now the pen testing is performed in three ways. You can go blindly in an unknown environment test. So for this test, you are provided the least amount of information. For example, you may only be provided the website address, and you are taken as you are the actual hacker who is actually trying to penetrate a system or hack a system. So not much information about the organization is given. This is trying to simulate a malicious attacker from outside that is trying to attack your system. Then there is known environment test. Here, every type of information is provided to you. For example, the client may provide you a few usernames and passwords. He will provide you like network diagrams, IP addresses, some credentials. So this is trying to simulate some kind of internal attack or some insider attack where you have found some information, maybe some kind of some insider has provided the information, or you have succeeded in getting this information via social engineering attacks or blackmailing or some other way, and you know the system, and then you perform some attacks and simulate these kind of attacks. Then there are partially known environment tests. Here, a little bit of information is provided, not much, a little bit, like what IP addresses are there, and one odd credentials, like for they may provide you some low privilege user credentials for a domain, and you start from there and you try to pen test your environment and try to escalate it to the administrator level access. So these are three different kinds of tests that we can do. Now there are different methodologies that we can follow. These are NIST methodology or SSTMM methodology or VAST methodology, but the most common is the MITRE attack framework. This is the most famous attack methodology that we can look into how we are going to pen test our environment. For example, these are the different techniques that are listed here. You start from the reconnaissance phase, you go into this resource deployment, initial access. Hello, can you hear me? Am I
Yes.
audible?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, okay.
can hear now.
Okay, so these steps that we can perform in the sequence and how we can perform the reconnaissance, the techniques are listed here. For example, for reconnaissance, we can use active scanning, we can gather identity information, we can gather victim network information, and if you can click, there are the details of these are also given. Okay, and then there are some attack examples given that who has used this technique in their attack. For example, this is a group, attacking group that I told you that there are some groups as well. So there is a group that used this technique to gather information about the exchange servers in the victim environment. Similarly, this group uses this utility and gather information from them. And there are also some mitigations listed there. So if you are planning an attack and you are concerned that how I am going to perform the reconnaissance phase, you can come here. For example, if you say that I want to perform the active scanning, just click here. This will provide you some information, the basic information that how it is done, how someone did it, and there are the mitigation and detection component. So, and this attack framework is actually utilized to break down the attack process that the attacker may have followed. Some of the attacking groups have found to be using the same techniques over and over again. For example, there may be some group that may be using this account token manipulation in their attacks. So maybe they are not giving out any signature of their identity there, but from this sequence of these activities, we can just uh, single out that which attacking group may be involved in this attack. So we can know that who tried to attack us. And similarly, we can use these techniques or these processes to secure our systems. And we have to protect our systems from these attacks. So this is very detailed MITRE attack framework that is utilized by both attackers as well as defenders. So some of these techniques are overlapping. So it is not that these techniques are uh, the one method that is given in MITRE may not be present in the NIST. That does not happen. But they are just different frameworks that anyone can follow uh, to systematically perform a pen test. Now we are coming over to the practical part, what we will be doing over here. So on your Windows or on Mac system, what we can do is we can virtualize our resources. What I mean by virtualization is that I can run the second Windows system or a second Linux system uh, uh, inside this main Windows, my host computer. So what we will be doing, we will be setting up a virtual box, which is a virtualization software. This is called hypervisor virtual box that will provide some virtualization automatically. And we can set up our VM here. We can set up, there are two VMs that are mostly used for pen testing that has all the tools available. One is called the Kali Linux and the other is called the Parrot OS. There are also Black Arch and other distributions, but the most famous ones are the Kali Linux and Parrot OS, and maybe you may have heard these names. So we will be using Kali Linux in our course, which has already been customized by the Cisco that has all the tools available that we will be requiring in this course. The second thing that we will be needing is a virtualization solution. For this course, we will be using VirtualBox, that is an open source software that can provide us the virtualization. So if we have the VirtualBox, we can set up two machines, one an attacking machine and the other a defending machine, and we can play around within our own system. But what we do need is we need a lot of resources. For example, the minimum RAM requirement may be 8 GB, 16 GB is recommended. So you must have minimum 8 GB or 16 GB in your PC and some spare hard disk like 150 GBs or 250 GBs if you are considering downloading 2 or 3 target machines. So you must have some storage available on your hard disk. So if you advance further, you can even set up these 4 or 5 machines. You can set up your own Kali Linux and Parrot OS. Just virtualize this network. We will see how we can do that, and we can perform the attacks on these machines. We actually do not need to set up these machines on physical servers or on physical PCs. We can just virtualize them within our own PC. So what are the actual, why we are doing that? Because we are not looking to interrupt some production systems or some live targets due to ethical reasons or as well as the legal reasons as well. So what the virtualization software will provide us is a closed network because we will be using some vulnerable machines or vulnerable targets. So it means that they must be having some vulnerabilities which an attacker may exploit. So if we connect them with the internet or we deploy them on some physical server, before we know it, some attacker will be able to hack it. So we keep them in a closed virtual environment where they are not connected to the internet. So then we can use the virtualized computing environment uh, because we do not need some more resources or the physical computers. Realistic environment, we can, if we are testing some environment, sometimes it happens that if you are performing a pen test on a network or on a client, the client tells you that virtualize this network and do not perform the task or the attacks on the actual production network. So what we do is we try to mimic the complete network or the complete solutions in a in a virtualized environment as a standalone target, and we use that target to uh, carry out our assessment. We need the sufficient hardware resources, multiple operating systems can be supported, and we can duplicate tools, download tools, everything is there. And what is the advantage of it is that in a virtualized environment, you can create a snapshot of your virtual machine. What is a snapshot is that it keeps a record of what was the configuration of the machine at a particular time. So even if something malicious happens, or if you break something, or if you run some command that tampers with the system and you are not able to log in onto the system or perform some basic actions, you can revert your virtual machine to the previous snapshot and all your things will be like they were before. So you can just test your network, you can break the things and just revert back to the original system, just like a clean slate. So here is a little video how we can do that, but I will show you how we will be doing it. So, sorry. So most of you will be having some kind of Windows system. You need to go over to this website. You need to perform this task with me because you so that you are not stuck somewhere. This virtual box website. Are you there?
Yes.
Yes.
And click on this download button. And here it is available for everything. For example, if I am on Windows, I need the Windows version. If you are on the Mac OS, the Apple Silicon host, you can download this one. You can just click here and download it. Okay. After the download is complete, it will take some time. Around it is 100 MB, I think 100 and 200 MB. So if your download is complete, you can double click it and install it. Is it being downloaded?
I just installed it.
Okay, okay. Manzoor, are you following us?
Yeah, I think I have already here PM
Okay,
virtual box.
okay,
Yeah, Oracle virtual box.
okay, okay. And Tahiyat?
It's downloading.
Okay, okay. Once it is downloaded, open it and you will see something like this. Are you there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. So the second thing that you need is a customized Kali that has been made or the customized form by the Cisco. Uh, Here it is, you can download it from this resource hub, skillsforall.com. Link is here. You need to scroll down, and this one is that we need. If you are on Mac, you need this one. If you are on Intel CPUs or other PCs, just download this. So if the file that will be downloaded, it will be this OVA file. It is around 8 GB, so it is going to take a little bit of time. Okay, so just while it is downloading, just follow me that if you have this file, you would just need to click over here on file, import appliance, just control I or this one, and just provide this. Yes, sorry. Just select this file and click on finish, and it will be imported here, just like that, and it will show here. I've already imported, so it is there.
Could you please share the link on the chat? I cannot find the link on the.
Yeah.
Will you be sharing the presentation with us?
Yes, this recording will be visible to you. I will be sharing this on the course page as well.
No, I'm talking about the presentation because the link and everything would be in the presentation. In the video, it might be difficult because what we can see now is all we can see. But if the presentation is there, we can go and click on the link.
Oh, this everything is visible to you. If you go into your course on NetCAD Academy, wait a second, NetCAD. You just log in here, and you will be here on My Learning. You will be enrolled in this one. Just click here, and everything will be visible to you.
Okay.
So if you are able to get import this, uh, you have to download it and then import it. So it will be visible here, and you will see some general settings there. These are the same settings that are present in our physical system. For example, this is the display. What is going to be the storage? You can see that it is how much GBs it is taking. What are the audio adapters? What is the network adapter here? And you can even change these settings, change everything from the by clicking over the settings. Okay, for example, we can change the name. You can increase the RAM if you have, for example, 32 GB laptop or a PC. You can increase the RAM so that you get better performance in your machine. And on the networks, you can see that it is attached to NAT. So you need to understand a little bit about this. That NAT is network address translation. So what is going to happen is that our Kali machine will be using the internet through our host machine. So our host machine will be routing all our traffic. So we will be able to access the internet on this Kali, but it will go over here to the host, and it will route the traffic for us. Uh, if once we will setting up some target, we will see how we can change this network settings. For now, you do not need to change anything, just keep it as uh, it has been tested and as it is imported in the same manner. So once it is imported, you can click on start. You will see that it will start booting up. For the first time as you are starting it, it may take a little bit of time. And once you see the login screen, you can see the passwords, which are the username is Kali and the password is also Kali. You can see here that these are all the tools that are available. If you click on the left side, there is the application part. It is a little bit slower today. So these are all the attacking tools or the cybersecurity tools that we have available already that are built in the Kali Linux. So that's why we do not use some random Linux system or Ubuntu system and try to install this. Because in these distros in Kali Linux and Parrot OS, we already have all the tools from information gathering, vulnerability analysis, web application analysis, and everything is set up beforehand and organized and are available in an organized manner. But if you are using this for the first time, the Linux system, normally we are used to Mac or Windows systems, and we are not that comfortable with Linux. And the Linux is all about this terminals. Terminals, I mean the command prompt. You can see here this icon. If you click it, it will open the terminal. Most of the tools that we will be using or that are used in the cybersecurity are command line. Uh, because on the command line we get the performance and we are not bogged down by the information that is provided by the GUI interface. We are looking to perform our attack with the minimum input, and we are going to need the precise output. That's why we mostly use these command line tools. So In Windows, normally we do not use the command line, so we are a little bit afraid of that, but it is not that much complicated. The first command, there are little bit of commands that you need to know. For example, if you type in ID, it will tell you about the user ID which is given 1000. What is the user that is logged in? It is the Kali user that is logged in. It is the first one is the user, the second one is the machine name. If we check the host name, it is also Kali. It means that this computer has been named as Kali and the user is also Kali. That's why we are saying this Kali at Kali. Okay. And this sign, which is called, uh, it is called the home directory. It indicates that we are in the home directory. And if we are looking for the full path where I am actually sitting, I can type in the command called pwd, which tells me that I'm in the home directory and I'm in the Kali folder. I hope you are following me.
Yes.
Okay. So now we know that we are in this folder. So whatever command that we will be running, it will be like that we are in this folder. And what are the files that are available in this folder? That we can list down with this command called ls. So if we give the command ls, it will list down all the files and folders that are available in this Kali folder. And here we can see that we have the desktop folder, we have the download folder like we have in the Windows or Mac systems, we have the pictures, music and documents. These are all folders. If we want to get more details about these folders, we can use the command ls-la, which means list all. This is the flag. -la is used to just modify the command to get more details. So we will get the information like this. So it indicates that this is a directory, meaning a folder, and what permissions we have, we are not concerned right now. We will see what are the permission means, and these are all folders that are given in blue color, and these are all the files. Why you are saying this dot is because these files are hidden. For folders, the D is there. For the files, this D is not there. Secondly, if you see a dot, it means the hidden files like we see in the Windows. That's why once we type in the ls, we didn't see these files. Okay, but once I perform the ls-la, I am seeing the hidden files as well. So this ls-la is a very useful command that tells us what files are there in the directory. So now we know that we are a Kali user, we are on the Kali computer, and we have these files in our system. And if we want to move into some folder, or we can move CD, which means change directory, and we can move into, for example, the downloads folder. So if we are there, if we are successful, we will see the folder name over here, and we can list down its contents. You see that there is one file called essay.pcap, and if we list down the contents in this way, you'll see that there is nothing there except this. So there is only one file called essay.pcap. And if we want to move back, what we can do is we can cd and space and two dots. which will take us back to our home directory. You can see that we are back. Similarly, if you want to see some folder in GUI, you can go over the top. You can click this icon on the left side. Here you can click on open folder, and you will be on the Kali folder that we are actually in. And here you will see the same folders that I was talking about, or we can see in the command line. You can even double click them and open there, go there. For example, we saw that in download, this file was present. And if you click this up arrow, it will take you one level up. For example, we were in home Kali. You can see this home is there, the Kali is there. If you go one level up, you will come here. This is the root directory, the top level directory, like we have in Windows in C drive. Similarly, this is the top level directory here. Here we have the different folders. Normally we start from this home and we have the users, all users here. There is only one user, that's why we have only one Kali. Otherwise, all users will have their folders over here. The other folder that is very
Can we
important
see
is this.
the hidden files here? The GUI.
Maybe there may be something here, just like this one, show hidden files. Just like we have the option in Windows, we can click here and we will able to see these. We can go over here and click here. The other folder that is very important is this user. You can go into the user, and then there is a folder called share, and there are different tools that we will be utilizing here. And one important thing that we will using will be the word list. I think the word list will be here. Let me see this one. This word list. What are these? These contains the username and password that have been leaked in different breaches. So we can use these word lists to brute force our usernames and passwords on our target system. So they have already provided, the Kali Linux has already provided the word list in the word list folder that is available in this user share directory. And here you can see one rocku.txt.gz file that is a zip file. It is the most common dictionary file that contains a list of passwords that are most commonly used by the users. So whenever an attacker is able to find some user or is able to find a service which he is willing or which he is aiming to brute force, he most probably will use this password file because it is the most useful file and it contains all the common passwords. It is around 350 MB. And if you have a nice PC, you will be able to go through it in 5 or 10 minutes. So if we are looking to move into this folder, we can just write this folder like this: cd user share word list. And one important thing is that if you know some file or folder name, but you do not remember the exact spelling or the exact name, you can click on the tab icon, this tab button on your keyboard, and it will just autofill or auto name the complete folder name. For example, if I click over here, it will just move me into that folder. And if I type ls, I have all the things here. And this John.list is also a very short word list. For example, if you want to read that, one way is that we open it in the text editor. The other thing is that if you want to check what are the first few entries of this John.list, we can type a command, for example, called head, and I type in J and press the tab button on my keyboard, and it will autofill the file name. And once I press the enter, I will see that these are the first few lines of this file. There are few comments, and then the actual file starts. Okay. This head is used to read the first few lines of any file. Another thing that is used, or another tool that is used to read the file is called the cat command. So it will try to read the contents of the file and show them in the terminal itself. For example, if I type in cat john.list, it will read the complete file and it will display the contents over here. It is a very short file, that's why we can see that these are the different passwords that it contains. And if it use this file to brute force our password, it will test these passwords one by one against the target. So these few commands, I think, are few listed over here as well. If you go through this lecture notes, so if I want to move back to my home directory, I can type in CD and type in this symbol, and I will be back to my home directory.
So what was the difference between the head and the cat?
Cat is used to read all the content of the file. Okay, so it has read all the complete file and provided the output in the terminal. The head is used to just read the first 10 or 15 lines. You can see if I type in sorry,
It's a huge file, probably.
okay, if I type in I need to move back. And one thing more, if you press the upper arrow, you can repeat the command. You can see the command that you have used. So you do not need to type in the command again. For example, I had used this cd command. I can just type in the up and the down arrow on my keyboard, move into the folder again, type in the head John command, and you can see that I have read only the first few lines. So this is just the command is used to get the general idea about the system, about the file, what this file contains. Because the file may be very large in MBs or GBs, you may not be able to, rather it is not advised to open the complete file. If you have 4 GB word list, it is not advised to open the complete word list. You just see what is on the top of the word list, or there may be, I think the tail is also there. So if you type in the tail command, you will see what is there in the last, what are the 10 last entries in this file. So this head and tail is used to analyze a file, what actually is there in the file. And the editor that we will be mostly using, or we mostly use, is the nano editor, the word editor. Like we use the notepad, here in Kali Linux we use this nano editor. For example, you can uh, type in the file name, and you can see this is the editor interface. This is just like the DOS interface of 90s, and there are some shortcuts available if you amend something. For example, if I add 123, 123, and if you want to save it, I need to press this control and the O button, and it will ask me what file name to write. So I need to press the enter. So it is telling me that I do not have the permission to write it. I will tell you the permission, what permission we need, but you need to understand that how it works. It means that I need to, if I need to save the changes, I need to press the control O, and if I need to exit it, I need to press control X. So let's exit it out. It is asking me if I want to save it. I said no, and it will close. So now we are logged in as a normal user, and you saw that we were not able to change the contents of the file. For that, we need to be some kind of a root user, or we call it admin user or a root user. So in Kali Linux, what we can use is that we can provide a command like we can prefix a command with a term called sudo. What it does is that it opens the file with the root privileges or the administrative privileges, and will be able to add or delete anything that we want. For example, we will be running some tools that actually interfere with the network card or the network interface that we are connected. So it will not be possible for the normal user to do that. What we need to do is we need to prefix our tools or a command with this sudo. Once we do that, it will ask for our password. So if I press enter, it will ask for the password. The password was the Kali, the same Kali. And now I will be able to add it. For example, I press enter, I enter a new password over here. To save it, I need to press Control O and then enter, and it is going to save it, and it is going to give us the notification that it wrote 3560 lines. And then to exit it out, I need to press Control X, and it will close down. So for some programs to work or some tools to run, we need the administrative privileges. And why we were able to run this with the root privileges or administrative privileges? Because our user, this Kali user, has the necessary rights or privileges to run it as the root. Not all users have the privilege or the right to run a command as an administrator and change something. Only the users that have the requisite permission can do that. And how we can check the permissions? Is with this command, vi sudo. If I enter this command, you can see that I am not authorized to do it. So what I need to do is I need to open it. I need to run it with sudo, and this file will open. And if I go down, so this file lists down the permissions that who can run who can run. The sudo is a group, and the sudo group can run all the things over here. So it is saying that allow members of the group sudo to execute any command. So the sudo users, the users that are added to a group called sudo can run any command. That's why we were able to execute our command as sudo, because our Kali user was included in the group sudo. Now we need to check that whether our user is there. So there is a file called etc group. It contains the list of all the user groups that are available on the system. So if I open it with sudo, sorry, I need to open it with grep sudo. So what what this command is doing, it is checking that whether the sudo group is available here in the etc group file or not. Okay, so it listed down that the sudo group is there and Kali user is a member of this group. So that's why we were able to execute this these commands over here. We can clear the screen with the clear command, so everything will be cleared. So I can move back to my home directory and clear the screen. So now one thing more, that everything that I'm typing on this terminal is being recorded by the machine, and I can view the history, what commands I have been typing by inputting the command history, and it will list down all the commands. So I've used these 30 commands and it has list down all these commands that I've been using. And if I want to use any other command that I have used this, I can just type in its number like this and it will execute that command as well. If you want to repeat the command, this is very useful once we will be executing our tools to perform the pen test. So we will using a lot of commands, and sometimes the command is so long that we do not like typing it again and again. So this methodology provides us the facility that we just write the command once and we can use it again and again. So everything is saved here and we can just move here and just use these. If you want to learn how to use these commands more, there is very useful resource called Over the Wire. If you think you are very weak in this Linux command line and do not feel very comfortable, then there is this Over the Wire Bandit, this first one. This is for beginners. It has around 37 levels, 34 levels. It starts from zero and it takes you to the expert level for using this Kali Linux. So it will be very useful if you just solve 7 or 8 levels, even 7 or 8 levels. You will be much more comfortable in using the terminal inside Kali Linux. So for the next session, I need you to have this VirtualBox installed and the Kali Linux set up properly. Anyone who has installed and set it up?
Yes, just finished the setup.
Okay, that's good.
Does it have to be Cisco Kali or normal Kali would do?
I think you should go with this Cisco Kali because it has a few additional resources that is built in, and we will not require to go here and there. Everything will be here.
Okay.
So a little bit more theory while you are setting this up. So while performing a pen test, what you should be looking for. Now, this all depends upon the organization or the client that you are pen testing. If it is a bank, the requirements will change. If it is a network agency, if it is a e-commerce platform, if it is a health platform, the requirements will be according to that. And there are some regulatory compliance uh, platforms or we can say regulations that are there to guide us. For example, if you are dealing with credit cards, you need to ensure that PCI DSS standard is being maintained. If you are dealing with health data, you need to use this one. Similarly, if you are providing some kind of cloud service, you need to be compliant to this FedRAMP. So there are different regulations that you must be uh, conforming to. So, for example, in payment card data industry, these are the different entities that are involved: the acquirer, the merchant, the payment brand, and everyone uh, is will be dealing with some kind of information, and then we will be defining what is the sensitive data and how we are going to pen test and see whether this data is being leaked or not. For example, the PCI DSS states that wherever you are storing the data, it should be encrypted. So if during that pen test we find out that the client is saving the cardholder data in an Excel file or in some other text document that is unencrypted, that is against the regulatory compliance. And that finding is a worth reporting. So it depends upon the industry. And then there are some local regulations as well. For example, in Europe, there is GDPR, so which states that which has a requirement that all the data of the regional users must stay in the region. So if you see that some company is using some cloud provider that is storing the data in some other region, that may be against the GDPR compliance. Okay, so some local restrictions also come into effect. These are some documents that you may see. For example, before starting a pen test, that you need to sign the NDA that you will not be declaring the assets or the network infrastructure from other party, because once you are performing the pen test, especially once you have the complete information about the network, you have the access to the sensitive passwords, the sensitive information, the sensitive network information, the application information, and you cannot disclose it. Then the service level agreement, that what you will be performing, what will be the quality, timeline, and the cost of the pen testing service. The confidentiality agreement is same. The statement of work will contain the exact scope, the payment schedule, the contractual elements that must be decided before starting a pen test. And then there are some companies that rely on master service agreements. These are used to quickly negotiate the work to be performed. These are just like well-defined contracts that are mostly used by the companies not to draft the contract from the scratch. They are built-in contracts. Uh, they have been tested and they contain all the relevant information. So these are mostly used. One important thing to note is the rules of engagement document. We need to specify the exact timing where we will be testing our systems and whether we will be testing on the actual network or we will be doing it over the replica network. Which IP addresses are authorized to be used or which are authorized in scope. There may be a company where there are a lot of systems and they do not want you to test some of their servers. This cannot happen that you go into some company and start poking in on every server or every system. They need you to be testing only the specified servers, which you must agree in writing that what the targets are in scope. And then there are maybe some tests that may be disallowed. For example, they may tell you that you cannot brute force passwords. Because if you brute force the password, they may have a password policy that may lock out the users. They do not want to lock out their hundreds of users because they are performing a brute force and due to the policy, they are actually locking out all the accounts. Similarly, they may say that SQL injections are not allowed in the production environment, especially if you are performing a pen test in a production environment. You need to specify the rules of engagement, that what is allowed and what is not allowed, and that too in writing. And this information is provided to the defenders as well, because mostly they must have deployed some kind of security solution. For example, they may have a SIEM solution from QRadar that will be monitoring the system. And if the defending team or the SOC team is not knowing that you are going to perform a vulnerability scan of the target, there will be alerts over the SIEM solution, and which may cause some chaos. So everyone should be on board. They should be knowing that what timings you will be utilizing, what targets you will be targeting, and what attacks that are allowed to be conducted and what attacks are not allowed, and what is the actual time frame that we will be doing. For example, uh, how many days you will be taking for their network testing, how many days you will be doing the pen testing of their web application, the mobile application, depending upon the client. So these are different type of technologies that they may be using, and we may just specify what is in the scope and what is not in the scope. Then you need to fill in some forms, and this is important because if something goes wrong during the pen test, you are actually able to break down some system. You actually know who is the network admin, whom to contact, and then you need to provide him or her the complete information that what you did and what was the uh, result, and how he can revert back to his own system. This is just a different guidelines. Now, uh, in the start of the module, I told you that most dangerous ones are the insider threats. Because the insiders cause 60% of data breaches knowingly or unknowingly. They may collaborate with some malicious threat actors, or they may do it unknowingly by clicking on some links, by inserting some USBs into their systems, and be a victim of some social engineering attacks. So, because these insiders are inside the network, so these attacks or these vulnerabilities will be much more relevant and dangerous. And we also need to perform some background checks for pen testing teams. That's why you actually see many jobs of security professionals or SOC engineers where they say that there will be some kind of background check from intelligence agencies, because you will be gathering information about a target or a client that is sensitive and confidential. So that's why we are actually performing these background checks. Then you need to adhere to the specific scope of engagement. You cannot wander here and there once you are performing a pen test. You must follow the scope that is agreed upon in writing with the client. And if during a pen test there have been incidents uh, where you are actually able to find out that there have been some attack already or some real attacker is already in the system. In that case, you must identify any criminal activities and report them immediately. Or if you find out some uh, uh, stuff that should not be in the company network on a computer PC, you must report them immediately. Secondly, during the scope of engagement, some tools may be restricted in an organization to be used. For example, there may be some DOS tools that they will say that you cannot use these tools, or in scanning, they can tell you that you cannot use a commercial software to scan their system due to some legal obligations or some their local obligations. These tools are not allowed. Then there may be pen test may be invasiveness or invasive or non-invasive. That will depend upon what you agree to do with the client. For example, an attacker, a client may say you that all my antiviruses, endpoint detection systems will stay as it is, and you have to perform these attacks while remaining hidden from the system. And I want to test that whether these things are working or not. You should not be making a lot of noise. Some client may tell you that no, make some noise in the network. I want to find all the vulnerabilities, no matter what tools you use or how many alerts you generate. So, and uh, similarly, it will also depend upon whether it is a production system. So if it is a production system, the client may tell you that you must not interfere with the normal working of my employees. For example, a bank may not stop its normal operation. It has to work 24 hours. So you must be doing pen test in a manner that it should not interfere with the regular working of the employees. Then the confidentiality of data should be maintained, and everything should be done as per the legal obligation and the best practices. So this was the introductory two modules for today's session. We will be covering only these today. So for the next class or for the next session, I need you to be ready with the Kali Linux so that we can actually start with our information gathering process, the vulnerability scanning process, and perform some actual attacks. You can go through the slides and the material on this Netcat platform of the first two modules. Go through some exercises that are included there so that you are better equipped and you know actually what is the scope of a pen testing and what we are going to do in the course. If you have any questions, you can ask.
So is this a weekly class or daily?
There will be two sessions per week. In this week, I think there will be only one session. From next week, we will be having the session on Tuesday and Wednesday,
Same time.
same time. I will be sharing the link on the course page. In the announcements as well, you can see here the right side there is an announcement icon. I will share the time over here. So we will meet for the next session on this 21st, I think. On Tuesday at same
Thank
time.
you. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Okay, and then on the Wednesday as well. 2 days a week. Any more questions? Are you able to install this Kali Linux?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
going through it.
that's,
Yeah.
Still
that's
installing.
good. Okay, okay. If you face any problem in installing, you can reach out, I think, on the same meeting link on the or you can just
Can I share my screen?
yes, you
Just
can
wanted to
share your
make sure.
screen. You can share your screen.
Okay, wait. It's not working. So you see, this is the window.
Yes, I can.
So is this all right, or how do I do?
Yes.
What's the next step?
Yes, it is all right. You just click on the terminal and start practicing some commands on this black icon on the top. It's the right one. This go a little bit at the yes on the right side. There is a black icon.
Oh, this one.
Yes, this one. This click on the black one. This one. Yes, terminal emulator. Password is Kali if it asks you for the password. But you just close it. You have Kali. The password is Kali. Kali. Okay, here you can practice a few commands that we have gone through. Some of the commands are also available in the course. If you once you will go through this module 1,
Okay.
you will see how a few of the commands that you can practice in the building your own lab section. So let us start the session. So I hope that everyone has set up the Kali Linux because we will be using it extensively in the course. So this module, we are on module 3, that is related to information gathering and vulnerability scanning. So what we will be learning is that every time we have to attack a target, we first need to gather some information about it. The information may be related to the people that are working in an organization, even their tool set, what certifications the people they are having, the equipment they have installed there, what is the layout of the organization, what is the organogram, what kind of systems are there, are there any websites or not, and if yes, what technologies they are using, who is developing what. So this all comes in the reconnaissance phase. So there are two kinds of actual reconnaissance. The first is the passive reconnaissance. In the passive reconnaissance phase, we do not actually interact with the target. For example, we will not be interacting with the systems that are there. Rather, we will try to gather as much information as we can without the direct contact with the persons that are working there or the systems that are installed, so that we may not reveal our identity. The second is the active reconnaissance part. In active reconnaissance, we actually try to scan the system. We try to identify what are the actual services that are running, what are their versions, are there any vulnerabilities or loopholes that we can find. So this all comes in the active reconnaissance part. So you may have heard the term of OSINT, open source intelligence. That is also part of passive reconnaissance, where we actually use internet resources to gather information about a target. So there are a number of tools that are available to perform open source intelligence or passive reconnaissance. I will be now using the term OSINT for this because it is mostly the OSINT the 90% of the time. So we have a number of tools. For example, if you identify that there is a network admin, uh, that there is some network admin called Qasim working in our organization, and you know his username or your or you know his email address, how you are going to footprint your target or gather as much information about him. We need this information because, for example, if you know his email address, you may want to know that on what social media platforms he is at, or whether he is using Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, or what. Because he will be sharing his personal details over there. We can do the reconnaissance and get to know that who are all his friends, what he is seeing there, what topics he is mostly interested in. Even this information can be useful while we are crafting a phishing email. So there are many tools. For example, if you know a username which is linked with the email address, there are some this OSINT framework that bookmarks everything. It tries to bookmark everything related to specific topics. So if you want to know about what information you can gather from username, you can go here and it will tell you the tools. If you know some phone numbers and you want to know what you can do with phone numbers, it will tell you what are the different websites or resources you can go to get more information about the phone numbers. And if you, for example, if you want to know about the search engines, it will list down the search engines. For example, if you want to search the news search, these are different websites. So you click on one thing and it will just list down what are the resources that you can use. This is very useful resource to identify the resources that can be utilized. Mostly we are concerned with usernames, emails, and telephone numbers. For example, in username search engines, if you go here, it will tell you different websites that can be used to track the usernames. For example, this What's My Name is one of the most famous website. Let's just open it. You can open this website on your PC as well, and just search for some random username I'm searching. You can search your own username, and let's see what it is able to find. Just go ahead and open this website and enter your most common used username. You can see it is listing down all the websites where this username is being used, and it also lists down all the profiles. So you can see that we can find that this user is on Cake, on Scratch, on YouTube, on Telegram. So it helps us to make a digital profile of any user, which is very useful. So have you found any of your accounts on websites?
Yeah, I have on mine.
Okay, good. So uh, this is very useful website. Similarly, there are other websites as well, And we will also be seeing some Kali Linux tools that are used for this purpose. There is another source called Have I Been Pwned? So what it does is it is used to check whether your password has been breached in some incident or not. For example, I have taken this username. I am going to search for it. So it lists down that this user or this email, there have been 22 incidents where their data has been linked, and it also lists down all the websites. Although it does not give us the password, but it lists down the websites where the data was leaked. So we can at least make out that this user or this email is being used on these websites. This user has an account on LinkedIn, on MySpace, or DoesMesh, etc. So if we go a little bit darker, we can even find the user's password. Okay, so not maybe on this side, there are different is. For example, there is a website called Breach Directory. So this is under maintenance. Let's check if it gives us some results. So you can see that this website, this directory also give us the uh, leaked databases where the password is linked. And it goes one step further, and it also tells you a little bit about the censored password and their hashes. Normally, normally the passwords are saved in the form of hashes in the database, so that they are not reversible. But if you are using very weak password, a very simple password, we can reverse engineer it. So from these passwords, you can even make out that this user or this person is habitual of using this same password over different websites. We can make a list of passwords using these 5 letters. We can make a custom list, and then we can try to brute force the login password of his office email, or even uh, the passwords of some routers, the switches, if this person is the network admin. So these websites help us to identify the habits of a user to keep the password. So this one is using the same password again and again, so it becomes very useful. And if we are very consistent, we can even try to reverse engineer this hash to know the exact password. For example, you can use something like crack station. This lets you crack the hashes. For example, you can put in a hash and you can know the exact password which the user has kept. So we can try to use this password over his different accounts. and this user is habitual of using the password, so we may found some hit. So, uh, so this helps us to identify the foot identify the footprint of a user where the user is registered on different websites, and even it helps us to make a word list where we can put in all the useful passwords that the user has used in the past, and then we can just use the same password for all of his different accounts to gain access. You can even check your own passwords and see that whether your data has been breached in the past or not, and whether you can see your own passwords here. It looks very interesting and very scary as well. Has anyone found his password leaked over here? Yes, Revant Kumar, uh, did you try it?
Yeah, I just tried. Yeah, I got it. Two passports found. Yeah.
Okay, Vinod.
No, not till now.
Okay, okay. So you can check whether the password you are using has been leaked in the past or not. So this helps to identify the breaches. So similarly, if you have some other data or some initial vector, for example, from you have some Skype ID, you can use click on go on over here, click here, and it will list down the websites where you can try to get more information about it. So this discusses the OSINT framework, what's my name app, and the other tool that we can use is called the Spiderfoot. The Spiderfoot is very interesting tool in Kali Linux. It can gather information about the domain names, the IP addresses, even the subnets of an organization. The autonomous system numbers are the major IP blocks that an organization may have purchased. For example, if it is an ISP, it may have the complete ASN block, the email addresses, the phone numbers, and the personal names. So we can get everything about a user. So the command is very simple. Now you can open your Kali Linux. It is already installed on your Kali. The Kali has many tools already installed, so you do not need to install the tools yourself. This is Spiderfoot dash small l that specifies the listening port. The 127.0.0.1, that is the local IP address, and 5001. So you need to use this command. Just open a terminal. Use the command spiderfoot dash n, the IP address, and the port number. And then press enter. Please do it with me so that you may be able to perform these. A little bit slower. So after a while, once you run this command, you are going to see this. So what we need to do is we need to just copy this IP address, open our browser, so just paste in the link and visit it. So you will see some main GUI, and we don't have any scans over here. If you go into settings, you can see these different kind of modules are available in this tool. So these are a few open source resources that are integrated in the single tool. And some of these tools or some of these resources have this lock icon. So these are logged. You need to provide some API link to it or API authentication to it, then these will work. Some of these are free, some are paid. So, for example, if you click on Census, you can need to provide this API secret, API UID. You can try to go over the main website and try to register your account, and it will provide you the API key for free. So some are paid or some are free. Uh, and the resources that are without the lock icon, these are already integrated and they do not require API key. So if we go into the scans, for example, normally in the case of our target, we mostly know the website of a target. So normally our attack vector or our reconnaissance phase starts with the website. What we can do is we can create a new scan. We can name anything, for example, initial scan. And now we need to provide the target. Here we have the different targets that we can provide it to. We can provide it. For example, we can even provide it an email address, a phone number, a name, a username, and it will automatically know that what type of information you are requiring. If you provide the domain name, it will list down all the IPv4 addresses, the subdomains, and anything related to it. You can even provide it a Bitcoin address, and it will try to look for the transactions what have been done in the past or where this address has been shared. So let's just try to footprint it, and we are going to provide a website to it, which is this hacker.org. Once we have it there, we can run the scan. You can open your Kali Linux and try to run a scan on any of the website, or you can put in some username here. The scan is running in the background. You can see this scan is going on, and we can come back to it later on. Let's just keep it running. So here it is providing the information. In the course content, you have everything like this with you. So you can go through it once you are revising it. For example, you can give the API keys of these items because these are free. You can go over their website and register them in your uh, this tool. You can see that it has started gathering the data regarding a target. For example, it has gathered some internet names. We can click on it, and here we have some subdomains that are linked to this website. For example, we have the backdoor.hacker.org, bootcamp.hacker.org search. So this is all the information that it has gathered regarding the website. Similarly, we have the domain name, and we have some physical locations. Maybe we have some username like Santosh Kumar, I think. Similarly, we have some social media presence. These are the links that it was able to find on the website. For example, this is a website link that is available on the website. Similarly, there is a GitHub page that was linked there. There is a Twitter handle. So everything is there. So it gives us a nice summary where we can gather all the information about a target. Similarly, we have DNS text records where we can see that this website is using Mailgun for their mailing server. So this tool lets us to footprint a target very quickly, and we are able to find the weakest spots in the chain. So we will know that where we need to attack. You can click on scan, and if you want to stop it, there is a stop button over here. you can stop it with this, and the scan will be stopped. So this is one of the tools that is used mostly. It has a very nice GUI. The other tool that is very useful and is used is called the Recon-ng. It is a command line tool, not the GUI based tool. So we need to be using, we mostly the hackers or the security professionals try to remain in the terminal so that they can uh, fast track their task, whatever they are doing, they can do it quickly and they can use the output from the command line tools and integrate it with other tools for quick attack vectors. So you can type in the context ng and it will start. You can follow along with me. Just you need to type recon-ng. So this has been created with by this website and this person, Tim Toms. You can go over the website and see and read about it. So we can start with this recon-ng and you will be prompted into recon-ng default prompt. So here we have different modules to work along. If you type in help, you will see that these are the options or these are the commands that we can work along. So what this facilitates is that you create a workspace. So what are the workspaces? Workspaces give you a separate environment where whatever you are doing, it will remain safe. For example, if we have a website, we can create a workspace for it separately, and whatever information we will be gathering about a website, it will save over there. So for the workspaces, you can type in workspaces, help, and see whatever the commands that are available. You can see that we can create a workspace, we can list the workspaces, we can load, and we can remove. Let's see if there is some workspace over here. And here we have some default workspace. That's why we are seeing this default. For example, if we want to create a workspace, we can type in workspaces, create, test. So now we are in the test workspace. The second thing that we need to know is that it has a number of modules that we need. For example, if we type in modules, so these are the commands that we can run. Let's see if we have some modules loaded over here. Currently, there are no modules in this recon-ng installation. So we need to download these modules first. And how we can download the modules? So there is a separate marketplace. For example, you can type in marketplace, say search, and it will list down all the items that are there. So if we want to do anything, we can look for the specific module regarding it. For example, let's just see what we have in the course. So suppose we want to search using Bing. So what we can do, we can type in marketplace, search, and look for the modules which have Bing in their name. So we have different modules. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 modules. And what we can do is we can just let me, because there is more information, I think. Now you can see that there is D and K as well. This D and K represent something. What are the D? D represents that it has some dependencies and it requires something to be installed. And K represents that it requires some API key, just like some spider foot. So if it doesn't require anything, we will see it is as blank. So we have this one module that is free, totally free. What we can do is we can do marketplace, install, and we can type in the name. And now we can see that the module has been installed. And now if we search module search, now we can see that we have this one over here. So now we have installed a module and we can use it to just perform our search. Similarly, we can install another module which is listed over here called Hacker Target. So we have one more module over here that we can install. You can see that this one is used to list down the domains. It is domains and host module, and its name is Hacker Target, and it doesn't have any dependencies and it does not require any key. What we can do is we can install it. Module install. Sorry. Marketplace install and the full name. And now you can see that it is installed and we will have it listed. Now we have downloaded two modules in our recon-ng installation, which is Hacker Target and Bing Domain Web. And another thing we can do is now we can load it. Now we can load a module. Just type in modules, load, and you can even type a short name after the bracket, and it will be loaded. And after a module has been loaded, you can type in info, and then it will give you information about the module. For example, this module uses hacker.target API key to find host names. And there is some options that we need to provide, which is source and the source of input. And what we can do is we have a target over here, hacker.net. So we need to provide it some source only. For example, options, set source, and the website name. And now the source has been set to this website name, and now we can run it. And you can see that it has gathered all the information about our target. We have the host name and the IP addresses. Normally, we are concerned about finding these subdomains. These are called subdomains that are any word that is on the left of this main domain and the IP addresses, because we will be targeting these IP addresses uh, uh, in our attack phase. So once you are doing it and using different modules, everything is being saved in a database on the back end. You can go to dashboard, for example, you can type in this dashboard command and you will see what information it has. For example, it has information about 7 hosts now. Uh, you may be using different modules for it, and gathering different information, and this all information will be populated in the database, like different ports or hosts, whatever you will be doing, it will be populated over here. So this is very useful tool.
So if we are in this terminal, how do we go back? And then if we go back and come back, can we see this
You can just
saved progress?
okay, you can just move with the command back, and it will take you back. Okay, and there is one another very good command, recon dash web. Firstly, we have used the command recon dash ng. You can go into recon dash web, and what it will do, it will create a web interface where it will be easier to see the results. Let's just run it and see what happens. Now it has started a web server and we can access it on this port. So you can put in the address. Here you have the default workspace. You can click over here, and here the workspace that we created. For example, we created this test. You can click here. Here we have all the hosts. So it is telling that it has collected 7 hosts. So you can click over host, and it has these hosts that we collected. So it becomes easier to see the data. You gather data from the command prompt, and once you have all the data, you can come over here and you can see what data you have, and you can even export the data in some CSV format or in even Excel format and see it. It remains available by the name the workspace that you created. This is a little bit difficult tool that you have to manually do everything. That Spiderfoot one is easier. It You just put in something and it lists down everything. but normally we try to use 3, 4 different tools so that we are able to gather as much data as possible about a target. So the other thing that we can do is we can do the DNS. What is the DNS? What the DNS does? Do you know about the DNS? DNS records. Yes, Vinod, do you know about the DNS? Revant Kumar.
Sorry, no, I don't.
Okay, okay. So whenever we are typing in our website, for example, once I typed in this website, have I been pawned? The computer or the network does not know where the server is. Our computers can only talk in IP addresses. So it needs to know the IP addresses, the IP address of haveibeenpawned.com web server. And once it has the IP address, only then the traffic can be routed. And how it is possible? It is the domain name server, the DNS record. There is some separate server which keeps a record that if you type in this haveibeenpawned.com, it will be located at what IP address. So it is a table, it keeps a record of a table, the IP addresses versus the website address. So it is a complete mechanism. So once we are doing an attack, we normally we do not attack a website address. We try to attack the web server, and for that we need the IP addresses. So we use the normal functioning of DNS server that they perform the translation from the name to an IP address, and we try to find the IP address for our main attack. So this is all the working of a DNS. So normally there is a root domain like this com. Uh, Once you type in the address, the com tells it to go to it gives the IP address of haveibeenpawned.com DNS server address first. And then the DNS address translates the actual IP address and it gives us the IP address. So what we can do is how we can find an IP address in our Kali Linux. There are different tools. For example, the first one is DNS Recon. We can provide a domain, for example, you can see this DNS Recon, what it does is first try to find the name servers. These name servers are the DNS servers of this website. And what is bluehost.com? And most probably this website, certifiedhacker.com, is hosted or this domain is bought from Bluehost, which is a uh, hosting provider. So it is able to find out this uh, name server of this and what is the IP address of this name server. And then these A records are the actual translation between the website address and the IP address. So the IP address of this website is this one. The other way to find is that we can try to ping it. For example, if we ping google.com, it gives us the IP address that it is pinging. This one. It actually first performs the DNS resolution, find this IP address, and then try to ping it. That's why we see the the website's IP address and not the website name in the ping command. The other thing is that we can do is to use this dig command. This dig is the most used tool that is used for DNS simulation, and you can just type in dig and the website name, and it will give you the IP addresses. So this can be used to gather information about the IP addresses of a web server. And so other thing that we can gather about a website is to find the admin of that website. Uh, why we are interested in the admin? Because once we are targeting an organization, there are a few key people that we are interested in. The first is the network administrator, the data administrator, and any kind of IT professional. Why? Because they have all the keys of the network with them. They have all the passwords for routers, switches, of the computers that are there, the Active Directory. So these are the key personas that we are targeting. So if I told you that the website is the first entry point that we are looking for. So we need to know that who is the actual admin that is managing that website. So there is a very simple command which is called whois, and you type in the website name, and it will give you the information about the person that registered that domain name. For example, where this domain was registered, when was this record created? That means that this website was created back in 2018, and where we can have some email addresses, some phone numbers, some names. There may be information, very useful information. Here it is redacted for privacy, but for some websites, you may be able to get all this information. For example, you may be getting information about the admin name, his address, the organization address, the organization phone number, the fax number, which are also useful because you may even be maybe even calling the help desk about some issue, and you may try to do the phishing attack, or you can just try to fool around and try to gather information about the organization. So everything is useful. So this is one of the way to getting more information about a website. For example, we can do who is on tesla.com. Here we have the name servers that are domain servers. These name servers are DNS servers. This registrar URL, this is used by Mark Monitor, and you can see that it's the very old website, like registered in 92, registry expiry, registrar, who is the registrar, and who is the contact email. You may try to just email it or try to do some phishing attack, so we can get a lot of information about the target. There are other tools as well, but for this DNS lookups like NS lookup, but this dig is the most used tool and a favorite tool for attackers because it is very simpler to use. One thing that we may come across during our reconnaissance phase is that a website may only be hosted on AWS or Azure or Google Cloud. So we will not be getting the actual addresses of that server. Or if it is using some DDoS protection tools like Cloudflare, like on many websites, we see that a prompt comes out that it says that the actual website is hidden behind Cloudflare or it is protected by Cloudflare. It becomes very difficult to find the actual IP address. For example, if we do dig at netflix.com, you can see that we find these IP addresses. Now, if we search for these IP addresses, for example, we can use any of the tools. For example, IP address location, because these IP addresses are normally assigned to a geographical region. What we can do is we can put in some IP, and here what we can see is that the ISP is Amazon Technologies. So it means that it is hosted on AWS. The IP address is some kind of island or Dublin city, and this is all because this is in cloud, so we are not able to find the actual geolocation of it. So we need to do some additional reconnaissance or to perform additional steps. We are not doing that right now, but there are different mechanisms to bypass this protection and to find the actual IP address because we are mostly concerned about the IP addresses. I hope you are getting something. So uh, the other thing that we can do is that in the initial phase, we found out that this username is being used on different social media platforms. What we can do is we can actually go over these social media platforms and try to find out what people are doing or what they are posting online. What are their hobbies, what restaurants they visit, what they do for work, what are their interests. So this information helps us to craft a very legitimate looking email for phishing attacks. So every kind of information is useful. The other thing that we can do is we know that these users have accounts on Indeed, LinkedIn, and career building and such kind of websites. So these websites mostly the people put in their qualifications like someone can say that uh, I have very good proficiency in Cisco 2960 switches. They may be applying for some jobs. They will be uploading their CVs with a lot of information. For example, they are working in some ISP and they may claim that they know these kind of equipment. So from that information, we get to know as an attacker that what kind of equipment is installed at our target location. And then we can actually go over the internet and search for the vulnerabilities regarding the specific equipment. For example, if some network admin has put in that he is very good with Cisco firewalls, and he is working at this specific ISP or he is working at this specific company, that if we are focusing on that company, we will actually get to know that this company is using Cisco firewalls, and we can look for the Cisco's vulnerabilities. So our target is narrowed down. So we are trying to narrow down our targets. We are not going blindly, and we are trying to gather as much information as we can before actually going to attack our systems. The other thing that we can do is that if we if we get some files from a target, for example, some images or some Excel files, Word files, these files contain some metadata. For example, if it is an image, it contains some data regarding which mobile was used to take it, how many pixels the camera is, and sometimes it also has the author's name, like the mobile phone owner's name in it, or the geographical location, so which can be useful for us. And similarly, in some Excel and Word files, we have the information regarding the author of the document and the PC's information as well, where this document was created, which can be very useful. So there is uh, very important tool or very useful tool called exif tool that is there in Akari Linux, and we need to provide only the uh, image to it or the Word file or the Excel file to it, and it will provide us with all the information about it. Next is the Google hacking or using the Google Docs, which is a very useful. You have been using Google in your daily life, but there are specific terminologies which we call Google Docs that can be used to specify our search. For example, if there is something we are looking for, something certified hacker, and we are looking for some file type. For example, we are saying that we need all the files that have certified hacker in their name. We can specify that we need all the PDF files with by typing in file type PDF, and if we search for it, you will see that we have all the files that have listed that PDF files in their name. You can see these are all PDF. Similarly, we can type in here docx, and we have all the document files. So this can be very useful. Similarly, you can restrict your search to specific domain. For example, you can search for word hacker, and we can give the website, like for example eric.tesla.com, where we are searching for this hacker word only on this website, not on the complete internet. So these will link down all the pages where this word has been used. For example, here it says the Tesla is looking for the security engineer, red teamer, or something like that. So the word was there in the. If you open a link, you will find this word over there. So this is called Google Docking, and even by using this uh, Google Docking, we can even find some vulnerable websites. There is very useful link called Google Hacking Database. So here we have different docs about different things. For example, you can search for SQL related Google Docs. And here all the search items that are related to SQL will be listed. For example, we can just copy this first one and paste it here, and it will list down all the websites that are vulnerable to this SQL injection attack and are listed here. We can even specify the URL over here. For example, we can say that we need to find all the websites over here that have eric.uk at the end. So we didn't find anything, so we can find it .in at the end or .com. So here, these are different items that we can combine and we are able to find some things. So are you getting something, Ravindra Kumar and Vinod?
Yes, I'm following you. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So you can just go over to Google Hacking Database and just copy some doc and paste it over there and try to find something. For example, this looks interesting. So this one. So we can find vulnerable websites and even we can report this. By only doing the search, we are actually not expected it yet, but we are able to find some vulnerable things. Okay, just like Google, there is another search engine called Showdown. Have you heard about it?
No, I haven't.
Okay, this is a search engine for computers or IoT devices. So you can even search for the open ports, or you can search for the webcams, or you can even search for this Ethereum miners, Apple AirPlay receivers, and it will list down all the devices that are there. For example, we can search for webcams. It actually tries to scan the internet and list down all the devices that it finds out. For example, it makes a database of all the refrigerators that are connected to the internet. It makes a database of all the cameras that are connected to the internet. You must have heard the term that uh, Russia is monitoring Ukraine's webcam. So it lists down all the IP cameras or the webcams that are connected to the internet, and some of these webcams or these devices have default passwords, which you can just browse it. For example, these are some of the webcams that this website has listed, and you can see how many are there in different countries, at what port they are using. We can click on any link as well. It lists down all the information about it. For example, it says direct IP access not allowed, what web technologies it is using, and the SSL certificate. So it is like a scanner that is working in the background and scanning all the IP addresses over the internet and listing down all the devices. And even it has some open webcams which we can just browse. For example, this one we cannot browse, but we can see that it is using Apache Tomcat server. It has some, you can see it has some screenshot from it. We can try to see that if we are able to browse it. If you go a little bit deeper, it is a webcam, and I think it may be working live or not. And whatever is there, we can see it live. So this is called the IoT search engine or the search engine for computers. You can make an account and just browse it. There is also a small video over here regarding the showdown if you want to see it. Now let's move over to the active reconnaissance part. For the active reconnaissance, we need to actually interact with our target. So what we need to do, so the attack starts from the actual scanning part. Okay, so there is only one famous tool that is called Nmap. Maybe you have heard its name. This is the go-to tool for us. Every attack starts from this Nmap. What it needs is it needs an IP address. Once you provide the IP address to it, it scans it and provides you the ports that are open over there. The ports give you information what services are running actually on the server and what versions are there. So we are able to act actively interact with our target and gather much information about it. We are actually looking for the uh, service version number. For example, if there is some Apache server there, what version of it is running over there? Because that is able to give us the information that what vulnerabilities are most probably will be there. Because all vulnerabilities are linked to version numbers, and we are concerned about it. So there are different kinds of scans. The first is the TCP Connect scan and the TCP UDP scan. These two are the most common ones. Let me just directly go to the lab first. Just wait a second. So let's assume that you have found an IP address. Uh, for example, you may have in the reconnaissance phase, from the DNS record, we have found an IP address, which is this one, 10 dot, sorry, 10.6.6.3. You can actually use Nmap to see what is there. So if you scan it, this performs a TCP scan and it tells you the port numbers that are open. For example, it has FTP port open, which is used for file transfer from uh, uh, one computer to another. The SSH is open. The DNS service is running over here. The HTTP one, and then these 139 and 145, 445. that are used for file sharing, and these are the assembly ports. So we have different kind of scans. How we specify these scans? We type in -S and capital T, which is a TCP scan, which we ran earlier. What it does is there are two type of ports, the TCP ports and the UDP ports. The TCP ports are the connection oriented ports. What it means is that if you're using some service, it first of all make a handshake and keeps a record of this of the connection. If you connect with the target IP address, it will log down in the system. The other is the UDP scan that is used for media streaming, where we do not actually are interested in ensuring that the packet is transferred. There is no link. It is just like the burst communication. We just send out something and you forget. If it reaches its target, well and good. If it doesn't, it doesn't matter. So there are two types of ports, the TCP ports and the UDP ports. So for scanning TCP, we'll have two types of scans. The first is the TCP connect scan, but the issue with this kind of scan is that if you scan your target with this scan, the target system will keep a record in its log, and a defender can go over to the logs and see who tried to make the connection. So what we can do is we can do a stealth scan. It is just like TCP connect scan, but we specify this capital S instead of T. What we need to do it with sudo, which means that we need to provide it the root password, which is Kali for this one. You can see that results are same. The results have not changed. But what is the advantage is that we are now be more secure because our scan will not be logged in the target. So this is the basic scan. The other scan is the UDP scan, which is specified by -SU. But this scan is a little bit slower and it can take a while. What we can do is there is a flag called -T, which is used to specify the speed. There are 5 speeds for these scans. The normal scan that we run without specifying the speed is 3. We can specify the speed 1 to 5. So 5 is the fastest scan and 1 is the slowest. We sometimes go for the slower scan to avoid the firewalls and to avoid the security systems flagging us. So what we can do is we can use P5 and it will be a faster scan. But if you go for the faster scan, you may miss some ports because it is trying to gather as much information about the ports as much it can in the shortest period of time. So it may not be that accurate. So mostly we try to go with a default speed, which is T3. The UDP scan takes around 3 to 4 minutes. So let us run it in the background and we can see some other flags as well. So now once we have the port numbers, we know that port 80 was opened and port 21 was opened. So we have the scan result for SU, which is that you can see that port 53 is open and the DNS service is running over there. So now we know what ports are there and what services are running, but we don't know exactly what services are there. So what we can do is we can mention other flags as well. For example, we can add a flag for version enumeration, which is SV. What it does is it tries to find out what are the versions of different services that are running there. We can even specify the ports. For example, we knew that port 21 was open on target and port 80 was open on the target, so that it doesn't go over here and there. It only scans the specified ports and it does the version enumeration. Next, we also want to know. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Amar. Amar, this command, do we have a list of it? Do we know where? Because whatever you are saying here, nmap hyphen ss hyphen sv, how do we know this? Where do we get that list from?
Okay, this is all given in the course curriculum.
Oh,
If
okay.
you okay, I'm just showing you in the coordinates. Actually, it is all covered over here in the
Oh,
curriculum.
okay, okay, okay,
So if
okay.
you go over here, for example, here it says what dash O does, uh, what dash SV does. So you have
So are
all the
there
data
only
over here.
these many commands there? Is there
Yes.
nothing more than this? Or are these the main ones?
So this is all the main ones, and actually we do not, or you do not need to remember everything because everything we have the help field over here. For example, you can type in dash H and it will list down all the commands or all the parameters that we can use for every tool. So normally when a tool is updated, there is a little bit difference in the commands that are there in the previous version and in the updated version. So these are the basic commands that you need to understand, like how to perform a SYN scan, how to perform the TCP connect scan, the UDP scan, why we are doing it. The syntax may change a little bit with each version.
Okay, thank you.
So if you are trying to find out the version, that was SV, and we can specify the post 21 and 80. So these ports were open. And if you need to find out what the operating system that a target is running, there is a simple flag called dash O. Okay, so that will try to find out the operating system. Now, if we run the scan, we need to run it with sudo. Now you can see that it is providing us the information that it is using this version number. And this port 80, which is a web server, it is using this version number. So we are able to gather much information about a target. Similarly, it tells us that this is a Linux system and it may range from 4.15 to 5.8. And it is not a Windows system. So we will not be looking for the vulnerabilities for a Windows system. No, we actually know that this is a Linux system. This has these services running. These are these versions. We can even go, if in the layman term, you can just copy it. You can just go over to the Google and search for its vulnerabilities. And you can know that what are the known vulnerabilities in this system. This will help you to craft your actual attack. So you do not need to go over here and there. You are just utilizing your time to footprint or to actually scan a target, to know your target, and then attack it. Then there are a few flags that are useful. For example, you can type in -v, which gives you more information, like uh, whatever it is doing, it tells you that it is doing this thing and it is getting that result. So it gives some verbose output. Sometimes the verbose output is needed. For example, you can find additional information here that this IP address is named this gravemind.vm. So this may be there may be some useful information that is hidden here and is not displayed. And if you just do -v, you get the information. Similarly, there is one important flag called SC. This is like a vulnerability scanner. There are some default uh, vulnerability scripts that are listed in this scan. It checks for the basic vulnerabilities of a target. We can do, for example, if we press enter, you can see that it has tried to find some information. For example, it is telling us that anonymous FTP login is allowed, which is a vulnerability. We will be seeing it uh, later, maybe in the next session, what it means. So, and it also lists down 3 files that are there in the system in a target. So now we know that there is a vulnerability called FTP anonymous login is allowed. It doesn't ask for the we can download and we can do some tasks over there. So this becomes very easy. So so you need to find you need to know at least these flags by heart. -O that is used to identify the operating system. -P is used to identify to specify the ports. -SV is used to identify the versions. -SC is the default scripts. So which is a small kind of vulnerability scanner. Okay, now this was the basic scans. Now the Nmap has a lot of scripts that are inbuilt. These scripts are used to perform some specific tasks. For example, there is a script to enumerate users. For example, in our Windows system, there are different users, there is a administrator, there is a guest, and there may be different users. So we are interested in finding the usernames. Why? Because if we are trying to brute force, we need to know how many users are there. So we are able to just attack some specific users. Not we do not want to go over there and try to brute force a random user password. And these ports 139 and port 445, these are called the SMB ports. These are normally open on any PC and are used for file sharing and sharing of different information between computers by default. We can use these ports and we can use this script, enumeration script, and gather information about the target. Like for example, once we run it, we got to know that here we have a username called arbiter and we have also a master chief. And these are normal user accounts, but these accounts are disabled. So this is an information for us uh, which can be helpful in our attack. Similarly, there is a script called enum shares. If there are some shares on the target or not, we can try to enumerate it. So these are all different scripts that are there. Users, shares, passwords, these all are very important elements, and we are trying to gather as much information about the target as much we can. So here it has listed a few shares. For example, this one share is available and he has the read-write access. There is a print share, there is read-write access, there are work files, which the anonymous access has read-write access. So these are different share folders that are shared on our target system. So let's move forward. So let me just do a basic scan. So once we have the version numbers, I told you that we will look for the vulnerabilities over there. How we can look for it? We can do two things. First, we can do our search manually. I showed you that you can just copy this version number, go to Google and look for some vulnerabilities and exploits. Similarly, there is another tool in the Kali Linux called search exploit. You can just specify the version number with it and it will inform you if there is some vulnerability over here. For example, here we have remote denial of service vulnerability and we even have an exploit for it which is available over here. These exploits are already downloaded in the Kali Linux and we can use them if we need them. Similarly, there may be exactly not no exploit available for a target. We can just tailor down the search. For example, we can look for 3 VS and if I search only for VSFTBD3, here there are different type of exploits that we can use to target our system. Similarly, in Nmap is very powerful. I told you that there is a vulnerability. There are different vulnerability scripts. For example, there is a script called Vulner. What it does is it tries to identify the vulnerabilities automatically. This is called a vulnerability scan. Sorry. So we are now moving from our basic scan to a vulnerability scan. We are just going using some specified scripts. There are also other tools. One is called the Nessus, which which is a commercial tool. You can download its file. This one is the most famous vulnerability scanner. But it is a paid one. But you can download its file and try to scan your own system, and you will find a lot of vulnerabilities. It is a very, very professional and very good tool. The other tool is Greenbone VAS. This is an open source tool. It is free. You can download it in the Kali Linux, but its results are not that accurate if we compare it to Nessus. These two are the gold standard of vulnerability scanners that are one step ahead of basic scanning tools. So now our results are back. you can see that using only the Nmap, we have found a lot of vulnerabilities in our system. For example, in only in this SSH port, we have this different kind of exploits, uh, which we can even open and we can explore this, and we can use them to exploit the target. On port 53, these vulnerabilities exist, and these are the different explanations for it. These are the different exploit codes for it. So it makes our task easier. So now we have gathered information about the versions, their vulnerabilities, and the exploits. Exploits are the actual codes that are written in Python or C that we can load and attack and a target with. We do not need to write our own code from zero. People have written it. We can use these codes to automatically attack a target. We only need to change a few things. So these exploits are actually the code that are used to attack the system. You can see there are a lot of exploits for this system. So are you getting it?
Yeah, I'm following. Yes.
Okay. So now if you understand the complete chain, uh, first we do the passive reconnaissance. We gather as much information about the employees, the systems, the website. Then we move towards the active reconnaissance. Here we utilize the information gathered from passive reconnaissance and we try to scan the system, scan the target, try to identify the ports, try to identify the services that are there, and we'll try to list down all the exploits and vulnerabilities that we find in a target. And then in the attack phase, we can actually try to uh, do to load the exploit code and try to attack the system. So that's how the complete cycle works. So last time we were uh, discussing regarding information gathering. Uh, we saw some open source intelligence tools, some scanning tools like Nmap, and some of its important flags like how we can identify the running ports and which services are running on these ports and what version of service is there. Similarly, we were able to identify the operating systems that are running on the machine. All this information helps in identifying the vulnerabilities. How? Because the databases, in the vulnerability databases, we have vulnerabilities categorized by the version numbers of services. So if you know the version, it becomes easier to identify the vulnerabilities and we can then exploit them. So we also some of the vulnerability scanners. I told you there is Nessus, which is a commercial vulnerability scanner. Its trial version is available, but it is very good. It automatically scans the system, identifies the versions, and identify the one. Similarly, we ran some Nmap scripts as well, like version and world script. These two scripts also help us to identify the vulnerabilities. Now, how this vulnerability scanner, it is just an overview that they send a probe, like you ping it, then a packet is sent to the target. Similarly, they craft some special type of packets. They send it to the target. The target sends the reply back to the vulnerability scanner. The vulnerability scanner then identifies from the response that which service is it. For example, if it is Apache service, then what version of it is there? If it is a Tomcat server, what version is there? And then it compares to the known vulnerabilities from the database. I I told you some of the databases websites in the previous lecture. We will go through them again a little bit. So it compares these versions with these databases and then lists on all the vulnerabilities. So it detects the vulnerabilities in a systematic way and presents them in an easy to understand manner. So there can be different types of vulnerability scans. One type is the first is the unauthenticated scan, which we also ran last time. Here we do not know the username and password of the target system. We run a scan against an unauthenticated system. It just give out the result, whatever information it can get. The second type is the authenticated scan. Here is in the pen testing, if we are provided some kind of credentials, for example, we may have been provided the username and password of a user account which has some limited access. We may provide our vulnerability scanner this username and password, and then our scanning result may improve a lot because it will be able to probe the target in a better way, and it will be able to analyze the response in a much good manner. These two are related to the authentication. Then these are some kind of scans. The discovery scan is used to identify the services, just like the NF scan. Then we have the full scan where we try every type of probe against the target. We are not concerned whether the antivirus or some intrusion detection system or some SIEM solution identifies our probe and tries to stop it or not. We go in full-fledged attacking our system or scanning our system. Whereas in self-scan, we only try to run the scan or to send the probes which will not be detected by some kind of security solution. So in the self-scan, we are trying that we may remain anonymous, we are not detected by some kind of logging or some kind of defender of a system that defender has put in there. Then there are compliance scans. These are special type of scans which are run according to the environment that we are in. For example, if we are penetration testing a healthcare environment, then we may have a scan like a compliance scan that identifies that the target organization is complying to HIPAA or not. Similarly, there are different compliance platforms or we may say compliance standards like ISO 27001 that we may run a specialized scan to see how much our organization, how much our target is complying to a specific compliance chapter or compliance segment. So these are different type of scans. Now let's just see how we can perform these vulnerability scans. These are performed normally after we have performed normal scanning with LMS, and now we are better able to judge our system. So I will advise you to just repeat this lab with me. So here we are going to first scan a target and we are going to enumerate our system um, with the version enumeration. So I'm back in our unit. If you have your coordinates open, you can just tag off with me and follow me. You can see that our scan results are there, and there are the tools that are open, and it has also provided us this information that FTP, this FTP version 3.0 is running, for SS, for an attack service is running, similarly for HTTP, the direct service is running, this is the version number. So we have got a little bit of information. So this was our step number 2. Similarly, we can identify the operating system of a target with the flag that is -O. -V is used for version enumeration, and -O is used to check the target operating system. Their results are back, and here you can see that it has identified that it is some kind of Linux system, and it may vary between the 4.15 to 5.8. We may get some results like this where a scanner is not sure the exact version number, but it gives us some kind of range. So here we have got some range which is in 4.15 to 5.8. I hope you are getting it. Vinod, are you there?
Yeah, I am here.
Okay, good. So we performed 2 scans. The first one was to enumerate the versions, and the other was for the operating system. Now the vulnerability can exist in the operating system as well, or it can exist in any of these services. So we have 2 types of attacks. One is the targeted against the operating system. The other one may be against any of these services. Now let us run some kind of a vulnerability scan with the NF script. So here this vulner script is actually a vulnerability scan or a script that is used for vulnerability scanning that is inbuilt in NF. So without using any additional scanners or any additional vulnerability scanners, we can use this NF. And we can also provide it some additional arguments. Here we are providing it information that minimum severity level should be 4. So the severity level varies from 1 to 10. The higher the severity, the easier it is to exploit it, or the more dangerous the vulnerability is. So if you are able to get a CVSS 10 score vulnerability, then it will be very helpful for in your attack. So now you can see that it has listed down the vulnerabilities against the services. For example, on port 21, this FTP was open. This was the version number. Now it says in this version number, these 2 vulnerabilities exist and these are its scores. And in CV number, this first one is the year, the one it was identified, and it is the vulnerability number. So you can also see how much old a vulnerability is, or how much time has passed since the vulnerability was identified in a specific service. Similarly, in this 422, SSH was running, this was the version, and there are a number of vulnerabilities here. Not only it lists down the vulnerabilities, if there is some kind of exploit available, you can see that it says that if exploit is also available, it is a level 10 vulnerability, so it is highly dangerous. We also have the link where we can download the exploit and we can run it. So it also identifies the vulnerabilities and lists down some kind of exploits as well if they are available. You see, it is an old version of SSH running, that's why there are a number of exploits there. Similarly, there are these kind of vulnerabilities and there are exploits. Now for port 23, we have this version and we have these vulnerabilities. So this was one of the vulnerability scans. Okay, now we can see one database that is there that we can try to identify the vulnerability or see and what a vulnerability or what a CV is all about. So this NVD database National Vulnerability Database is the main custodian of these CVs. So we can search here with a keyword, with a service version. For example, we can search for Apache 2. And we get a lot of vulnerabilities that are listed. And you can see these are from 2024. And here it is given in high. That means that it is dangerous vulnerability that is also exploitable. We can click any vulnerability, and here we can get the information that it is the diagnostic information that is in the MBeans that is exploited through this endpoint, and it also gives us the base score, which is around 8.8. And there we have some references and some kind of links that we can open and get more information. Now we have one more vulnerability scanner. That is called the GVM scanner. It was first called OpenWire scanner. Now it is GVM, and we can easily run it with the command sudo gvm-start. Once you give it a command, it will provide you a URL. You just paste in the URL and go to the dashboard. Just log in with admin, and this is the main dashboard. what we can do is we can go into the scan and run a new scan against the target. For example, I can go here, click on the left side, we have a task wizard. We can provide it IP address. Let's see what is the IP address of our target. Just provide it the IP address and click on start scan. And it will start scanning the IP address. It is going to take a lot of time, around 15-20 minutes, but it is going to provide us uh, a complete information about the target, what services are running, and what are the vulnerabilities against them. For example, this is one, the same scan that I ran before. And we can see that what type of vulnerabilities it was able to find. It was not a complete result, it is just an intermediate result. We let it run for a few minutes, we will get the detailed result. But you can see that it provides us the vulnerability and the severity level. There are some informational level vulnerabilities as well that have severity of 0, which means that it is leaking some kind of information that a hacker may use in his attacks. But the severity level is not that much. But if, for example, is anonymous FTP login, it has the severity level of 6.4. If we can click on it, we get more information about it. You can see that it was possible to log in to remote FTP service with the following users. So it was able to log in into a FTP service with a user called Anonymous, and it was able to list down the files on the server. For example, you can see that it was able to see these 4 files on the target VM that we can download and we can play with. So it gives us that information in an easy to read manner. So this is a vulnerability scanner. There are different tabs that you can do. Here you can just, if you want to know some about vulnerabilities, it is also there. Series by severity class, these are the vulnerabilities that have been found today, which are in this Greenwood Security Assistant Scanner database. These are the vulnerabilities that it scans against the target. So it is very important that you update this scanner with the latest vulnerabilities every now and then before you start a new scan. Are you following me? Following me? It's Revat Kumar.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I was stuck with something else. Couldn't join in time.
Okay. Tayyat. Tayyat and Vinod.
Yeah, I can understand. But
Okay.
I will have to go through again to make sure that what I understood is right. So as of now, I can
Okay, that's good.
understand a bit. Yeah.
Okay, once we are running a vulnerability scan against the target, we must understand that it is a very noisy affair. It means that we are sending a lot of probes to the target, and the target may log these probes. So if a defender is there, uh, if he is interested or if he is monitoring that what kind of probes are coming in, he can actually identify that some kind of vulnerability scanner is being run. So if some kind of vulnerability scanner is there, it is easily detected. That's why is our aim is to avoid the antivirus phase or raising some alerts. We avoid this automatic vulnerability scanners. We mostly, if we mostly scan with Nmap and then try to identify the vulnerabilities manually. I told you we have the easiest way to do it is by using the search exploit command. For example, we had this. For example, we have this version against a target. What we can do is we can just copy the version and use a simple command, search exploit, give it a version and search for it. And you can see that a remote denial of service vulnerability exists, which has the exploit, and the exploit location is this. This is available in our Kali Linux that is pre-built, and we can use that script to exploit that. So if we want that we can do some kind of denial of service attack against the target, we can do it by running this simple script that is available in the Kali. So it is the easiest method to do it. Other thing we can do is we can not just copy it, we can go over to the Google, look for exploits, and we will get the same result. This is the same script that we saw in the search exploit, and then you will see some kind of result from GitHub. GitHub is actually very good resource where people contribute their exploit for the vulnerability. So we can get some very good exploit from GitHub. So this is one of the manual methods, and the recommended method that we should not be running the vulnerability scanner because they are noisy, and we should do our vulnerability research manually. Now let's move to the other module. Which are the social engineering attacks. If you have any questions regarding the previous module, you can ask. So let's start this module. So what is social engineering? So in the previous module, we were learning about the vulnerabilities of our target system. But social engineering is actually exploiting the human weaknesses. So instead of targeting a computer system, the attackers tend to target the human beings. And in most of the cases, in 90% of the cases, some kind of human error or social engineering is involved. social engineering, mostly you must have heard the term of phishing emails or some kind of USBs that are distributed by the attackers. You plug in a USB and some virus spreads, or you click on some kind of a link and the virus infects your system. So this all comes under social engineering attacks. And these social engineering attacks are normally part of a bigger campaign. 90% of the time that we hear the incidents, there is some kind of social engineering involved every time. So attackers tend to target the key personnel. Who are key personnel in an organization? It is not the finance guy. It is actually the IT guy mostly. For example, it may be a network administrator, a database administrator, or someone that manages your computer. It may be a help desk guy or something like that that have more privileges. Or there may be some kind of network troubleshooter that has that access that his ID and password can provide more access, then he will become the more interesting target for us. So there is elicitation. So elicitation is the act of gaining knowledge from the people without directly asking for it. What it does is that we try to fool the people. The attacker try to fool the people in giving out the information. For example, a social engineer may impersonate as a delivery guy. For example, he is from FedEx and try to get a physical access to a prohibited place. For example, it may be a data center or it may be the organization main headquarters. He may walk in like a FedEx. He will say that he has to deliver a parcel on the third floor, and the guard or the duty may let him go. Similarly, he may just call the help desk, ask for some confidential information, pretending to be an IT guy. So these are all some techniques that are adopted by users. Uh, the social engineering can be some kind of technical as well. For example, what he can do, uh, our complete traffic is routed to the our router, and once and whenever we enter a website URL, the URL is translated into the IP address by our DNS server. The domain name server is the main server that translates our URL to IP address. So if someone is able to control that DNS server, he may modify the IP addresses against a website. For example, you may be typing facebook.com, but if an attacker is the control of a DNS server, he may route you to some other IP address which the attacker is controlling and where some fake website is being hosted. Similar kind of attack is done on the routers. What is done? Mostly you are just securing your own systems or your servers. The less, we can say that less importance is there on securing the actual routers or the DNS servers. What the attacker will do, he will create a malicious website that is hosted on some other IP address. So it will look legitimate, but it is hosted on other websites. Once an attacker tries to log in or try to open a website, for example, facebook.com, because the DNS server or the router is being controlled by the attacker, he is automatically routed to the malicious website. And attacker and the user cannot know whether the website is real or not, because he, as a user, put in the right address in his browser. but due to some kind of malware, his DNS records were changed, or the attacker may be controlling the DNS server or that is providing the DNS services. So there may be some kind of technicalities involved in social engineering as well. Then the most common way to fool people or to use social engineering is the email phishing. Every day you will most of them you must have got some kind of fake emails or phishing emails where so can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can. We can't see your screen though.
Or let's just wonder why it keeps stopping.
Yeah, we can now.
Okay, good. Okay, so an email is there to just fool you to click on some link or to download some file. There is uh, in past in the last 10 years or 10 years before there were some kind of bulk emails that you may be getting in your inbox. But if you observe lately, the amount of emails have reduced a lot. What is being done now, due to the filters that have been installed by the Gmail or some other email providers, they mostly go into junk. Now what the attackers have done is that they are doing spear phishing. Spear phishing is that they target only the specific users. A random email is not sent to a normal user. So they identify the target. For example, they may identify that this Umar is a network admin, Amar is a database administrator. They are interested in uh, IT technology, or they are interested in these kind of routers, which information they have gathered from open source intelligence. So they craft very specific email for a specific user or a specific group of people. For example, if something is trending in Twitter, for example, it may be some kind of political activity. An email is crafted specifically for a political party on that kind of political line. The trend that is uh, the topic that is being trended. So instead of mass emailing the people, the trend has now shifted towards the spear phishing, identifying the targets, identifying their interests, and then crafting a specific email. And these kind of emails tend to bypass the filters because uh, these are very specific. So they may land in your inbox, and you are more uh, and you may be more inclined to click on the link. The third is the whaling. Whaling is actually targeting the CEOs or the individuals that have the that sit at the top of the companies and that they have the credential or the power to do or shift things. The emails are crafted in a similar manner, identifying the interest, identifying the relevant information, and then crafting the email. But here, we instead of targeting the IT people or these people, we are targeting the top lot, the CEO, the CFOs, and we try to steal the information. So so the attackers are getting more specific. The second is wishing. So instead of emailing the targets, the attacker may just spoon their targets and try to get more information about them. For example, if they may know that there is some kind of uh, IT issue that has arisen in some kind of a remote branch of a bank, they will call the help desk or they will call that employee of a bank and they will say that they are from the IT and they need their credentials to resolve the issue. Now, the attacker first of all identified the problem, that this problem occurred, and then they identified the person that who is facing this problem, and then they directly call the person that this is the problem and he can solve it. Just provide me your credentials. So this all comes in the wishing. And then there are a lot of websites that help you to spoof the calls. So you just pay $5 or $6 and you can show any number on the CLI or on the mobile phone of the target that you're calling, and your desired number will be displayed. So telephone calling or mobile number calling is very easy to do, which makes the call look legit. For example, he may call you that the Citibank is calling, you will call from a spoof number, and the screen will show that Citibank is calling. And the recipient of the call is more likely to reveal the sensitive information if he sees Citibank on his mobile phone. Similar is the SMS service. He may just message you. There will be some links uh, which you may click and get infected. Similarly, SMS spoofing is a way. He may just spoof the mobile number or the code that you are sending the message from, and if you're sending some kind of from a phone number of a relative or a friend, the other party will be more inclined to click the link. Then there are some incidents where the USB is dropped on the premises. For example, in case of Stuxnet, where the US allegedly attacked the Iranians nuclear power plants. Some kind of USBs were thrown and some employee plugged that USB into critical system, and then the Stuxnet bomb was spreaded. So this is another way. Now this watering hole attack is some kind of it is a very technical attack. How it is done that you know that these people in a target organization tend to visit this website, and the website is vulnerable because you've scanned it, you found some vulnerability in the website, you exploit the vulnerability, but you do not deface the website. You hide your actual motive, you hide the exploit code on the website itself. So what is going on is that instead of spreading the malware by yourself, you're hosting the malware on a website that the target people often visit. So once these people or the people in the target organization visit that website, they are automatically infected. Then there are some physical attacks that are covered in the social engineering domain. The first is the tailgating or piggybacking. Piggybacking, there's a very small difference that you just follow a person. He is entering some kind of a place. For example, he's entering some data center and you tag along. You just follow him, and the guard may assume that you are with the person that you are following, and he may let you know. Similar, there is uh, dumpster diving that is often performed by the spies. It is a very relevant term in case of a military organization, but in case of some kind of companies or some kind of uh, some kind of people that deal with finance, they are just targeting the other companies. What they do is they leverage the dumps. They go and do the dumpster diving in the all the trash. They, they try to collect all the documents that you have thrown away, and they try to see which information is there, what document may be there. For example, you may have thrown away some kind of technical documents where you have purchased something, or you may have thrown away some kind of financial documents of a company or tax returns of a company, which may be useful for the attacker. So the attacker actually does the dumpster diving physically, collects the documents, and gather information from there. And then there's shoulder surfing that one way is this is often done by the friends. For example, uh, someone is typing a password and you look around the shoulder and see what he is typing. This may be in some kind of crowded places. For example, if you visit some kind of a bakery or a cafeteria or a coffee shop, you are doing some work and you try to enter the credential, there may be some kind of camera that is looking there, or some person that is looking what you are typing, and he may shoulder surf and obtain the information. Badge cloning is a thing that if there is some kind of access card, you can just clone that card. There are RFID card readers that can just copy the information and duplicate the things. Similarly, if there is some kind of RFID, similarly there is some kind of uh, other uh, other cards, they may be cloned by using some kind of hardware, and the employee may get the physical access. Now, this was all about theory. Now, let's jump into the how we can actually perform this social engineering attack. So, in the past, it was very difficult to clone a website and host it. Now, because of the tools and the resources we have, everyone can create a clone, a working clone of Facebook, Twitter, or some kind of a company's website, redirect the people on that website, and collect the information. So there is very important tool called Social Engineering Toolkit that comes with the Kali Linux. You can just provide it a URL and it will clone it. Not only it can do this kind of fake websites, it can create fake websites. It can also create fake documents like Word documents which you can send over, and whoever opens it gets hacked. Similarly, it can create fake APK files for Android. So if it will give you a fake app, which if you send it to some other person and if he tends to install it, then his mobile gets hacked and you get all the data. So it can be done with a few clicks or a few options within this social engineering toolkit that is very powerful. For example, one example is given here. Once you run it, you see some kind of a menu like this. There are social engineering attacks, there is pen testing, which you can do very easily over here with just selecting the options. For example, you selected social engineering attacks, then you are provided with the menu like this. Here we have spear phishing attack vectors. Here you can craft emails and set the emails within this toolkit. Then there are website attack vectors, like you can clone it, you can spin off a fake website. Then you can generate some infectious media generator, like you can generate a malicious video or an image. You can manually create a payload and a listener, or you can mass email, or like these kind of attacks, which we will see in the practical next. For example, if you choose this spear phishing attack vector, here we have the options to perform a mass email or create a file format payload or a social engineering template. You click on it. For example, you chose the option to create a file format payload. Here you can create different kind of files. For example, you can create a PDF file, you can create an executable file, or you can create a Word file. All kind of files are listed here. For example, here you can see this Microsoft Windows, Microsoft Word file, Adobe Flash file, or Adobe PDF file. So all kind of files are here. You can just choose any type and your virus will be created. For example, if we choose this Adobe PDF, here it will give you an option that you can use your own PDF or it can generate a blank PDF as well. For example, if you have a legitimate PDF file which you want to infect with your own malware, you can give it your PDF file and it will embed a malware in it. And here he has chosen to use a blank PDF. So it will create a blank PDF and you can give it an option what you want to do. There are different kind of shells that we want. These are all some kind of attack vectors. For example, this reverse TCP shell is that once a target runs this, a shell of the virus on the target system makes a reverse connection to our system and we get some kind of command prompt. So these are little malwares that will be inserted in the file, and once the file is open, the target will make a reverse connection. And we will have the complete control. So here he has chosen Windows reverse TCP shell. And now you can see that now it is listening for reverse connections. So whoever opens this PDF file will make a reverse connection to this host or our attacking system. So now the file has been created. He just renamed it and then used the inbuilt email sender to email it. The email has been created and he is sending it to a target email address. And once it goes into the email of the target, he opens it and a reverse connection is made and we are able to get a command prompt that is on the target system but is available on our host. So this is how the whole attack works. The second very important tool is this B framework. Now, our browser by default runs JavaScript. So if we are able to inject some kind of malicious JavaScript into a target browser, we may be able to control something. For example, we may be able to steal the cookies, or we may be able to get the exact location, exact address, or what type of device a target is using, what screen size he is on, and all kind of this information. And we can even leverage this framework to spread our malware that we just created with the said toolkit. we will see this in our uh, just lab that we will do next. So these are some small apps that you can use to spoof your call, spoof your calls. You can spoof a phone number. I told you that you can spoof any number. You can just the target mobile phone will show the phone number that you desire. And if he is receiving a phone call from Citibank or something like that, he is able to respond more, or he is may be vulnerable and may provide some kind of sensitive information. Let's have just 5 minutes break, and then we will do this social engineering toolkit lab. If you have any questions, by the way, you can ask. Just give me 3-4 minutes, uh, and then we'll start. Let's just resume. Let's just resume. So here in this lab, we will explore the social engineering toolkit. What we will be doing is we will be cloning a website and we will be hosting it. And once a user enters his credentials to access the website, we will be able to see it. So let's just run it. First, move as a root user. We can run the social engineering toolkit with a simple command set toolkit. Just agree to the terms. Now we have the main menu. We are now interested in doing social engineering attacks. So choose the first option. Now we have different kinds of attack here. So we will be doing this. We will be performing some kind of a website attack where we will be cloning a website. So choose number 2. So I told you that we will try to grab the credentials. So choose option number 3 where it is written credential harvester attack method. So here we have different options. The tech toolkit already has some web templates that are for the major websites like Facebook, Twitter, or LinkedIn. Then we can use the inbuilt site cloner as well, which can clone any website. So we will be cloning a website. So let's just say, let's see what the website we have. For example, our VM has this website that is locally hosted. Wait a second. This DBWA, which is a damn vulnerable web application that is being hosted locally over Docker inside a Kali Linux. So we have this login page. What we can do is we can clone this login page. You can see that actually it is hosted on this IP 10.6.6.13. But once we clone it, we can host it locally on our Kali Linux. So choose the option 2. Now it is asking for the IP address for the post, back, or tab navy. So here we have to provide the IP address of our own Kali Linux. So our current IP address is 10.6.6.1, I suppose. So this is the IP address of our own Kali Linux, which you can check by opening a new tab and running the command ifconfig. So here you can see that it is our own IP address 10.6.6.1. So we are providing our own IP address here. And now we have to provide the URL which we want to control, which we want to clone. Just copy the URL, paste it in here. I don't know why something have happened. Just let's do it again. 10.6.6.1. Is the URL. What is going on? Let's just run it again as there is some error. This happens once you are doing some live demonstration. So I'm getting some kind of error, but if you try it, you will see a URL which you can do. There may be something running over here or which is clashing with my uh, already running services. So you can follow along the tutorial. I will try to do it again and try to upload the video as well. But just follow along, and you will get a fake website. And if some user enters his credentials there, we will see it. I hope I am clear. Revant Kumar, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm trying to do it now. I'm just doing it.
Just if you're trying to do, just let me know if it is successful over there.
Yeah, sure.
Because I was trying a few things and I think it corrupted my Kali Linux somehow. Okay, let's move towards our next thing. Revant Kumar will let us know if it works over his system. You can try it on your own system as well. Just follow along the tutorial. It is very easy to follow. The other is Browser Exploitation Framework or B. What we can do, we can run it with a simple command sudo beef xss. So we have this once it starts, it will automatically open your browser. If it doesn't open, just copy this link and open it. The username is beef and I think beef 123456. So this is the main uh, window of beef platform. Now what we can do is, for example, It provides a malicious JavaScript code that can be injected in your own website. For example, for demonstration purposes, he has provided us a website that has this malicious JavaScript already built in. For example, let's see, it is our own website and we have injected some kind of malicious link in it or some kind of malicious JavaScript in it. As the user opens it, the JavaScript code runs in the background. And once it runs it makes a back connection to our control panel, which is listed over here. And you can see on the left side that we have a connection under a heading online browser. So our connection was made to our own system, or this is our command and control server from this IP address. As we are opening this website on our local system, so the same IP is being shown. But if you click on it, here there are different details of a target system. Who opened the website? For example, if you just in a real environment, you will be creating a website of your own. You will be injecting it, or you will be hosting the malicious JavaScript code with your website. And once an attacker, or for example your target, visits your website, his browser will be hooked to this command and control server of beef that you will be running on your host system. So the first thing that you will get is the information about your target. For example, what date and time is set in the browser, what kind of browser he is using. As we visited the website from Mozilla Firefox, so here we get this Mozilla, what operating system he is using. As we are on Kali Linux, so it is being shown that the victim is using this Linux system, which is x86, x64, and these are all kind of plugins that are there. Browser versions is available, the port is available, the website is available. So we get a lot of information about our victim. So there are a number of commands that we can also perform. There are different tabs. For example, you can click on this command tab, and here different commands are grouped under different headings. For example, there is a simple command to detect antivirus. We can search for it. So here we have this detect antivirus command under the host category. And here we have the option to execute it. Let's just try to execute it. And if you click on it, you can see that antivirus has not been detected. As our Kali Linux doesn't have the antivirus, so it didn't detect any antivirus. Now there are different colors that are shown there. For example, you can see that here there are different colors. Now these colors have different meanings. The green color represents that the command module works against the target, and it should not be, and it will be invisible to the user. The user will not see what is going on. The orange color indicates that the module works against the target but may be visible to the user. For example, the user may get some kind of notification that he may have to click upon to perform the action. Then the command applet will be shown in orange color. If it is red, it doesn't work. And if it is white, it means that there is a doubt whether this command module works against the target or not. So within this command prompt or within this B framework, we can also perform some kind of social engineering attacks. So open the social engineering tab. Here we have different options. For example, here we have fake notification bar Firefox. If we execute it, now let's go back here, and here you can see that a notification bar has been sent to the target. Now, these kind of notifications may be visible to you in the real world as well, and you may tend to click to install plugin. But if you install the plugin, you are redirected to somewhere else. So here you can see that as it was the demo, so the user has clicked the notification. But in the real world, if I click here, for example, you may provide some kind of a fake URL or some kind of download link for an executable. And once the user clicks on that link, let's go back. And once the user clicks on that link, that executable will be downloaded. For example, we may redirect him to DVWA website. So provide in the URL for that and now execute it. You can see that additional plugin request has been created. You just click on that and you are automatically redirected to some other website. This may be a malicious website or this may be some kind of executable download link that will be done in the background. So this is how we can do social engineering attacks from within this BEEF framework. Yes, Ravat Kumar, were you able to do this set toolkit example?
No, I actually created that HTML website and saved it, but when I open it, it says like there is no unable to connect.
Okay, just repeat that after the lecture, you will be able to do it.
Yeah.
So, yes. So this is the second tool that is used for social engineering, just I show you. It is also very easy to do. The tools are very easy. You just need to know what is going on. So these are the two tools that we had to do in the social engineering. Let's move forward now. Let's do something from exploiting wide and wireless networks. So this is in continuation of what we were doing in module 3 and 2. Now you need to understand that we have gathered information about the target. We have the information about the vulnerabilities in the system. We have performed active reconnaissance. We have performed the passive reconnaissance. We have done some NF scans. We have done some vulnerability research. We know that these services are running on the target and these kind of exploits we are there. So how you are going to do that, we are going to see in this module. So there can be a different kind of exploits that may, there are different exploits that are available for a single vulnerability. For example, a vulnerability may exist in some kind of service, but different kind of exploits may exist for it. What I am trying to say is that using a same vulnerability, you can perform a denial of service attack. You can run any command on it. You can do some kind of file transfer or these kind of attacks, depending upon the exploit available or depending upon the public exploit, because we are not learning to develop our own exploit. We are using the exploits developed by other people. So we have different kind of exploits, and the most dangerous one is comes in the category of remote code execution, where we are able to gain a shell or a command prompt on the target, and we are able to directly execute the command. This is the most dangerous one and the most desired one as an attacker that we want to achieve. Otherwise, we can just do denial of service for it or crash our target system. Now, the vulnerabilities may exist in different services that are running there. And the most common ports that you will find on your target system are this port 45 and this port 135 or 139, these kind of ports. These two ports or this set of ports are collectively called the SMB ports, and these are used for file sharing, the printer sharing, or the system name resolution called NetBIOS. For example, you may have tried to access some shares on the network. You enter a computer's name in the title bar or in the address bar, and you automatically opens the share folder. In the background, what happens is that these ports are utilized to translate the PCs or the target's name to the IP address, just like the DNS service. The DNS service is for the websites. This NetBIOS service is for the local computers. So this service is running locally and is trying to translate the computer name to the IP address because every communication has to be done in the IP addresses. Now, these ports have been the most notorious once it comes to the exploits available. For example, if you go into the Kali Linux, just close this. If we search for the SMB exploits, you can see that there are a number of exploits that are available for the SMB services. And one of them is the Eternal Blue exploit. This exploit was leaked in 2017 that caused a massive huge outcry because the attackers were able to gain access to the target Windows 10, Windows 7, and Windows servers without any interaction from the users. You just run a simple line of command and you were able to hack into other systems. So this became the most popular exploit in the hacking world in the year 2017 and 18. And this vulnerability has been used in the earliest ransomware attacks like WannaCry and Nita that you may have heard about. So WannaCry was based on this Eternal Blue vulnerability. And this information was leaked by a group called Shadow Brokers that stole it from US National Security Agency's NSA. So this is also based upon this port. So if you find this port open, you are most likely in luck to get some kind of exploit that you may run against a target. Now there is a simple tool that we have available with us called Enum for Linux. What it does is that it tries to enumerate everything on the target. For example, let me show you. For example, if we want to know that what users are available on our target system, we can just run this command with -u flag, which is to enumerate users, and we have provided an IP address of our target. And these are all the users that it has identified that may be on the target system. This www data, root user, the news, these are some service users that are there. So this Tomcat 55, FTP, so these are all the users that are available on our target system. So using this simple command, this Enum for Linux -u, we are able to identify the users on the target. Similarly, we can just enumerate some groups and some shares. For example, we can use this command with -s flag. V is for verbose. Let's just run it. And you can see that we have these shares on a target system. And here you can see that it is saying tap or no, it means that it is writable. So these are all the share folders on our system, on a target system. There is one important tool called SMB map -h. I think this can also be used to list down the shares on a target system. You can see that these are all the shares, and this folder, this temp folder, has read write access. That's why for Linux was saying this. Because we have the read write access, we can just put in some file there, or we can just read the file from there. For Linux, we have also this A flag. What this A does is that it tries to narrate everything about the target. For example, let's just try to gather information about this 23 system. You can see that it is trying to narrate everything. It has identified some username. It has identified the domain name. It has identified the name of the system, operating system information, the shares, and whether we have the read-write access that is providing, the domain name, the password policy. For example, it allows the minimum of 5-character password. That will be very useful if you're trying to brute force a password. Any built-in groups or anything like that. So it tries to identify every information that it can gather from SMB port. So now we know that there is some kind of a share file folder called tab that has the right permission. What we can do is we can create a malicious file and just put it on the server. What we can achieve is that if we have some other mechanism to execute that file on the server or on a target, then our malicious file will be executed. Or it may also happen that the user may happen to click on it by mistake or by intuition or for checking what this file is doing over in that folder. For example, let's just create a file. Now we have a file, we can check it with ls, and we can check its command with cat command. Now we can try to connect with our server. So we can use another tool called SMB client. So we just have to provide the parameters, the IP address. Just press enter for the if it asks for the password, and we can see that we have the anonymous login. So these are the shares. What we are trying to do is trying to connect with the temp folder. And now we have a command prompt. So it means that we are in. So if we do the ls, we can see what kind of files or what files are there. There may be some juicy file that may be useful for us, and we may download this file and see the contents. What we are trying to do is we are trying to put our own file in the server. So use the command put badfile.txt and press enter. Now if we type in ls, we will see that our file has been placed or copied over to our target. So this is one of the way that if you want to copy your own malicious file to a target and you have some kind of SMB access or some kind of share that has read-write access, you can write it to it. This is one of the methodologies without using any exploit. The second port that you will most likely to see on a server is DNS. I told you that DNS is used for domain name resolution. Whenever you type in a website address, the request goes to a DNS server, which translates your website name to an IP address. So an attacker, what you can do is you can poison this DNS server DNS records. The DNS, an attacker may perform this attack on the switch itself, or the DNS server itself, or on the host itself. Whenever you type in the website name, it first checks for the IP address in the local DNS cache. The attacker may inject a malicious code that may corrupt that cache and put in some false IP address over there. The second place it looks for is in the host file that is available in your system32 folder if you are using some Windows system. So he may put in some permanent entry for a fake website, the IP address, and the fake IP address that is put there. The third place that where he can put these entries is the DNS server itself, if somehow he manages to control that server. So in the first two modules, once we were doing the passive reconnaissance, we saw that how to see the DNS record of server. For example, if we want to see what is the IP address or google.com, I can use a simple tool called dig, and it will provide this IP address. What I want to do is I want to create a fake Google website, and then I want to maliciously change this IP address to our own malicious website. How I will do that? I will put in this fake IP address into this DNS records of the server, or in the cache, or in the host file. So this is one of the possibilities. Then there is SNMP protocol that runs in UDP port 161. This is used to manage these routers and switches by the administrator. There are two versions that are mostly used nowadays: SNMP version 2 and SNMP version 3. Now, SNMP version 2 is highly vulnerable. It even leaks the credentials of the devices. For example, if you have a Cisco switch in your home and if it is using SNMP, this is by default the switch uses SNMP version 2 and it is enabled by default. So the attacker may use some simple tools like Nmap, or there is another tool called SNMP check, which will interact with the SNMP service and it will try to extract the credentials from the service automatically. So in this section, we are just seeing how we can use simple tools to interact with the services in a normal manner. We are not exploiting the vulnerabilities. We are actually interacting with the services in a normal manner and try to gain access to the system. Then there are some kind of SMTP exploits as well. What SMTP stands for is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, or the email server. So this email service is normally in our organization is running on port 25. So in organizations, some kind of mailing server is there. If they are not relying on Google or Microsoft Office, they may establish their own SMTP server. So sometimes in their configuration, there are a lot of errors. One of the major vulnerability or one of the major configuration flaws we see most of the time is open relays. What it allows is that anyone can connect to the SMTP server and spoof the email address and send his email through this our own server. So anyone can connect to the server and route his email through our server. And it will be identified as legit because it is coming our server, and then there is no authentication or there is no validity that the Google spam or Microsoft Office spam filters may recognize because it is coming from a legitimate server. So this also exists. The next protocol is FTP, or File Transfer Protocol. Once we performed a vulnerability scan with GVM, we saw that anonymous login was allowed. Similarly, just like we did with SMB client, we can FTP server. We can connect with FTP client to FTP server for sharing or transferring of files. Sometimes there are configuration errors, and we are able to anonymously connect to the server and transfer the files, which we saw in our just in the scan, and we were able to connect with it. So these are a little bit of vulnerabilities, a primer for the vulnerabilities. Then there are pass the hash attacks, or we call it PTH attacks. All type of Windows systems use NTLM hashes. Our passwords are never stored in plain text in any service. Our passwords are hashed with NTLM version 1 or version 2, and they are saved on the server. If you are able to get hold of any hash, you may pass this hash along and you may authenticate. What it means is that you do not need to know the actual password, because reversing a hash is a difficult thing and may not be possible always. What you can do is that you can just pass the hash and authenticate and get information about the target. So there are tools called Mimikatz that we can use. We will not be using these tools in the labs. There are 3, 4 labs about this, but in CyberOps we may be using that. Then Kerberos and LDAP based attacks, these are applicable if there is some kind of Active Directory server over there, which we will not be covering for this lecture. So in the next class, we will be doing some kind of man in the middle attack with ettercap, and then we will see some kind of wireless attacks, and then we will move on to module 6. I think we should stop the lecture over here. Yes, Tahiyat.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Just go over to the lecture and try to perform these 2, 3 labs, especially the SET lab, the Social Engineering Toolkit lab, and the BEEF lab. That are very important. And then we can we will meet in on the next Wednesday, and we will see some kind of man in the middle attacks and how we can hijack a session. We can just manipulate it, and we can redirect a person from the legitimate website to a fake website. Okay, let's start. Today we will talk about web application attacks. Before we move into the actual attacks, first we need to understand how HTTP protocol works and how does our browser fetch different websites and how we interact with them. So, what is internet, URLs, HTTP? These are different things that we will see in the lecture. So, a little history about the web. The web was not designed with security in mind from the start. Historical design decisions can help us understand where modern security vulnerabilities actually originated. So the first era of websites was roughly from 1991 to 2004. Here, the websites only contained the static content. We have the documents with text, images, etc. There was no dynamic content, no interactive features. But in 1996, Java was released by Sun Microsoft. Java was a programming language that was used to that compiled to an intermediate representation and was able to run on a lot of systems. So we thought about integrating it with the browser. So the Sun built a web browser that can fetch and execute Java code as well. But the issue was that it was too powerful. What we mean is that if there was some malicious Java code, it was able to run in the browser and it was able to interact with the files on our host system. So it was able to manipulate our host system to interact with it and even destroy some files, or it can cause damage there, copy files or delete files. So it had all the privileges. As Java was designed to do everything a locally running program could do. So it was very vulnerable, and there was very secure. There were too many security vulnerabilities associated with downloading and running code. So a new language, JavaScript, was created. Now, we need to understand that the JavaScript and Java are two different languages. They may share some parts of the syntax, but these are two are totally different languages. So what's the web? So web is a collection of data and services. Our browser requests some services from the server, and the servers provide these services. Mostly we are using the web browsers like Chrome and Firefox to request the services. But we need to understand the web is not the internet. The internet is a network of routers and switches that make everything possible and that ensure that how data will be transported between servers and browsers. So how do we uniquely identify a piece of data on the web? We identify them with URLs or the website name that we enter in our web browser. And we also see some protocol that is written beside this URL, which is normally HTTP or HTTPS. These are the protocols that determine how do web browsers will communicate with the web servers. And the data on a web page can contain HTML, markup language for creating web pages, or CSS that is used to define the appearance of a web page. How if the text needs to be bold, it needs to be italic, if it needs to be dynamic, the text should be blinking. Everything is defined in the CSS. Then the third is JavaScript that we saw earlier that was evolved as an alternative of Java. It contained it was the programming language that can run code in the web browser. We will see all these things one by one. So what are the URLs? URL stand for Uniform Resource Locator, a string that uniquely identifies one piece of data on the web. So it has different parts. The first is the scheme. Here it is written HTTPS or HTTP mostly. These two are the scheme or the protocols that defines how to retrieve the data over the internet. So HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and everything that flows through this protocol was used to be unencrypted. So any intermediary participant like ISP or any man-in-the-middle attack, uh, the attacker could read everything in plain text. So what happened was that a secure version was introduced called HTTPS. So now all websites mostly are using HTTPS protocol, but there are other protocols that are also available. For example, we may see file transfer protocol that is used to download the files or transfer files from one place to another, or there may be some protocols like file or git or SSH that are advanced stuff that we are not discussing now right now. The second is the domain part or the website name that is located after the first double slashes. But it defines which web server to contact to load our data. Recall that the web has many servers and the location specifies the exact address where our data is located. And it may be written as several phrases that are separated by dots. Then there may be additional information like location information. Sometimes we see something like that. This it means that it is specifying the port number, that is 4000 in our case, or we may see some username like this, like evanbot at cs161.org, but it is rarely seen. Normally, we see these ports. The in basic functionality, HTTPS runs on port 443, whereas HTTP runs on port 80. What if our web application is hosted on another port? It is being served from another port, then we need to add the port in the URL. Hemant Kumar, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these are the port numbers that identify if our application is running on non-native port, like if it is not running on port 413 or port 80. Then is the exact path. These are just like folders on our PC. For example, you may think it like there is an exhaustive folder on a PC, and in that folder there is a file called avian.html. So this portion, the domain portion, takes us to the exact web server, and then we move into that folder, and then we fetch this file. Like look in the resources folder for avian.html. Just like that, like we are browsing some file in our own PC. If we are just using the main name of the website, we are in the root directory. We call it the root directory. It is the main folder where our web server is being run. Then you may see something like that. There may be a question mark, and after that there may be a variable name and value given. So it is totally optional, but sometimes we see that once we are just inputting some information, for example, we may be performing some search in a website like Google search, or we may provide some input in some form, then our URL may change like this. Once we click submit, we will see the URL like this in the address bar, or right below in the bottom in the notification bar. These are the arguments, or just like in programming language, are the arguments or variables with a value that are provided to the web server for processing. Think of it as a function, that some function is running on a server and it requires two inputs, the character value and the size value. So here we are providing it that the character is heaven and the size is big. It will process the function and it will return us the value. So arguments are supplied as name value pairs, and these are separated with ampersand, just like that. Then there may be a fragment which is specified after this hash value. Note that it is not sent to the web server. It is only for displaying, or you can say scrolling to the exact location of the text. For example, you may have observed that once you press a URL, your website automatically scrolls down and you reach at exact heading or exact portion of a web page. So this is done to do that. So this tells the web browser to scroll to a part of the web page, and it is supplies content to the code in the web browser without sending the content to the server. So it is managed by the JavaScript itself, and it doesn't go to the web server, process there, and nothing, no processing is done at the server part. All processing is done in the web browser with the JavaScript code. Now, sometimes you may see some unreadable characters in the URL. So, or for example, you cannot add a space in the domain name. You never enter space in the address bar. Everything is connected. But if you want to specify space, there is a method available that you can specify the hexadecimal of a character, which is followed by a percentage sign. So spacebar is written as %20. The hash sign is written as %35. So we can just specify the non-printable characters in the URL by using their hexadecimal value. Sometimes we also write the printable characters like normal ABC or 1, 2, 3, 4 in the hexadecimal value in the URL to bypass firewall or to ensure that our data is not disturbed during the way it is not corrupted. We sometimes encode it with this URL encoding. We write the complete URL in this form, in the percentage, the character value in hexadecimal, and send it to the server. So printable characters can be encoded too. For example, this number 2 in hexadecimal is represented as %50. So this is also possible. But what happens is that our web firewalls are designed to scan for malicious URLs or malicious inputs. Once they cannot read the input because it is encoded, the URL can bypass it, or our user input can bypass the security mechanism, and something malicious can be run on the server. So suppose you have a firewall that blocks all requests to this etc password file. Now this file on the Linux contains all the information about the user. But an attacker can encode this path as hexadecimal value like this, like %2f, %65. Every value is encoded in hexadecimal and is preceded by the percentage symbol. So now this value may not be understood by the firewall and may bypass some restrictions. So here URL escaping or URL encoding may help an attacker as well. So this is how a complete web request looks like. There may be a file system or a web server where there are different folders, there are different files placed. There may be some function as well, which requires some input, like here it requires two variables, bot and size. There may be also also another function called search. So a browser is talking to this web server. So how it is going to request a file? It is going to mention the complete web server address, the folder, and the file name. And then the file will be fetched by the browser and will be displayed within it. Similarly, if it needs to process something, it can provide some values like variables. It has provided some values to it like M1 and large. It will be processed by the backend, by the web server, and the output will be provided. So this is the simplified view. Now let's discuss the HTTP protocol. So HTTP is a protocol that defines how do web servers actually communicate with the web servers. So it is used to request and retrieve data from the server, and its secure version is called HTTPS. So it uses some kind of cryptography to secure data. But both these protocols are based on request response model. The web browser sends a request for a resource to a web server, and in response, web server processes the request. It fetches the file, it performs some task on the back end like processing on the functions, and then send the response the browser which displays the result to the user. So what we have in the request, a URL, a method. There is a method like get or post. Get is mostly used to fetch the resources, and post is mostly used to send some information to the server like the form data, and then the result of submitting a form is retrieved. Get is mostly used to just request the general information, and post is used to fetch the information based on some input of a user. And there are other methods as well, like head and put, which we don't normally use. Then the get requests do not contain any data, but the post requests can contain data. Like I told you, like you can send some values like submit form, like login forms. They will be sent as a post request to the server. And then there may be some other headers, like the metadata that we send, which device a user is using, which browser a user is using, and the protocol versions and other information about the actual request that will be sent along the that will be sent as metadata to the actual request. So what we will receive as a response? We will receive the HTTP version supported by the web server and the its version number. Status code that indicates that whether our request was successful or not. If the request was successful, then we receive a status code of 200. But if access was forbidden, we see 403. If the page is not found, we receive 404. That's why sometimes we receive a large 404. If we make an error in the spelling of the domain name or the location, normally we see this 404 error. And then there will be data like a web page, image, audio, PDF, or executable. So the data can be anything, and then there are some status codes. And then there will be metadata like date and time, how much size or the length of the content that was provided. So this is all part of a response. So our browser requested something and our server responded with some data. Now let's see some parts of a web page. So I told you that there are only 3 things that a web page can contain. It is HTML, a markup language for creating web pages. It defines that whether a text block is a heading or a text block It is heading 1, heading 2. So these things are defined by HTML. CSS, a style sheet that adds uh, creativity like color, boldness, italic, everything. That where the text will be placed, it is controlled by CSS, and JavaScript adds some dynamic content to the website. So what is HTML? It is a markup language to create a structured document, which is done by some tags. For example, the image, if you are including some image, it is indicated by the image tag. It can create bold text with dash B is this B tag, and it looks like something like this. For example, if you include a link, it is indicated by this href tag. So this is the actual text that is displayed, just like the here. And at the end of this, these are the two opening and closing tags, which specifies the links. That href, that once you click on this, this will redirect you to this page. Although the text is something else, but once you hover it, you can see the actual link where this text is being pointed. So clicking on this text will take you to this website. Similarly, other things like some kind of, if you are making some form, also is done with the help of tags. For example, here we are specifying that this is a form, and this is the input type radio, this is the input type submit. So everything is defined with the help of some tags. So once we click on submit, a post request will be sent to this feedback page, and the content will be sent along, and the server can respond according to our input. That whatever we select here, it will go to the server, and then uh, the feedback will be provided. Similarly, we can embed a images. So we can specify the source. This may be a local source, or this may even be the URL from some other website. So you need to specify that image source is this one, and the web page, while running the code, will load the image for you. So the browser will make a GET request to this URL and display the returned image. Similarly, you can embed another web page inside a website with the help of iframes. So you can run multiple websites on a single page as well. This is called iframe. So here the browser made a GET request to this URL and displayed the web page inside it in a box of 200 pixel into 200 by 300 pixel box. So what is CSS? So CSS is a style sheet for defining the appearance of web pages. So it can also be very powerful, and sometimes it can be powerful as JavaScript and change the entire content of a web page. So the third thing that is there is JavaScript that is used to run code in the web browser, and it is done only on the client side. Now the code is sent by the server. It runs in the browser, not on the web server. So, and it can manipulate HTML and CSS dynamically on the runtime. So it can also be directly embedded in the HTML with the script tag, or the server can uh, send a separate file for JavaScript code. So most modern web pages involve JavaScript in some way or another, and this is supported. So what are some vulnerabilities that are there in JavaScript? As we have discussed, the Java was too powerful, and to avoid the powerfulness of Java, JavaScript was introduced. But still, there are some vulnerabilities with it. A web browser can run JavaScript from external websites as well. Malicious websites can send JavaScript to a web browser, but the web browsers are sandboxed now. What I mean to say that now whatever code the JavaScript is running inside a web browser cannot directly interact with our host system. It cannot modify some file system. It cannot modify our C or the files that are placed in other directories. It can only interact with the elements that are there in the web browser. So it is totally sandboxed, which was not the case in case of Java. But it can modify any part of the web page. It can change the text, like we see that if there is some match going on, like a football match, if some team scores a goal, the result automatically changes without refreshing the page. So at the background, the JavaScript is running and it is just changing the code. Similarly, it can also play with the CSS. It can change the colors on the runtime. It can change the position of the text at the page. So, for example, you click on something like this link here. It gets the element, and it changes the exact URL where this is being pointed. So, JavaScript can change every element that is there in HTML and CSS, but cannot interact with the exact file system of ours or the files that are there on the host system. Similarly, it can create pop-up messages as well. For example, if you run this like script alert happy birthday, a pop-up will be generated which will say like this in your browser happy birthday. So it can create some alerts as well, or it can tell you to click on some links which will take you some phishing page, or it can force you to download malicious pages or malicious files. So what is rendering a web page? We often heard the term is rendering. So rendering is a process of displaying a web page in a web browser. The browser receives HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, these three things from the server. And HTML and CSS display all the files in a format called document object model. What is this? This is something like this is a text block, this is an image. So everything is written as an object model inside some tags. The tags that we saw earlier defines this object model. And JavaScript, the third is JavaScript that can execute a code that can interact with document object model, fetch some files, change their links, change their appearance, and modify these. So document object model is used for representing and interacting with the objects in HTML, which is a tree of nodes like heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, then the paragraph log, then there are images, and they have their own tags and attributes from where we can identify them. Now let's move over to the security. So our first security is that the web server should be protected from unauthorized access. So an attacker should not be able to hack into google.com. So we have to protect the web server from malicious input of the users. So this is our task number 1 or the risk number 1 that is on the net. This is the server side security. So here the big companies like google.com, facebook.com, or anyone running a server will do something like server side security. They will put in some protections and they will stop some attacks from the user. They will prevent some malicious input from the user. Now the other risk is that a malicious website should not be able to damage our computer. So even if we are redirected to a malicious website, so we should not be attackable from the server side as well. For example, if you visit evil.com, it should not directly infect your computer with malware. What I mean to say that if you download JavaScript code from there or the HTML and CSS code from there, it should not be able to modify everything, modify your file system. It should not be able to read write files on our computer, and it should not be able to directly interact with the system. And how we achieve that is sandboxing. So what we have seen that in sandboxing, the JavaScript can only interact with the elements that are there in the browser, not outside of a browser. So this is achieved by sandboxing. So JavaScript is not allowed to access files on our computer, and there is a privilege separation where we have the principle of least privileges. And browsers are carefully written to avoid exploiting the browser code. So nothing should be going out of the browser. So that's why we rely on big giants like Chrome and Firefox, not on the smaller and are not using the browser from the smaller companies. Third is that a malicious website should not be able to tamper with the information or interaction on other websites. That means that if we have opened two websites on a browser in different tabs, so JavaScript of one website should not be able to interact with the data of the second website that is open in another tab. So if we visit evil.com, the attacker who owns evil.com should not be able to read our emails that are open in another tab or buy a thing with our Amazon account. So here we have some additional policy which is called same origin policy. It prevents a website from accessing other unrelated websites. So now let's see same origin policy. Let's have a 2 minutes break and then we will see what this policy states. So let's move forward. Sahiyat, are you with us? And Revant Kumar, are you still with me?
Yes, yes, I'm.
Okay. So you any doubts or are you understanding everything?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yes.
Okay, okay, that's good. So the same origin policy is there to ensure that JavaScript of one website cannot interact with the data of the other website. So it is enforced by the web browser. We do not do anything. It is by design built into the browser. It prevents a malicious website from tampering with the behavior of other websites. So every web page has an origin defined by its URL, and it has three parts: the protocol, the domain, and the port, which we saw earlier. So if no port is defined, the default is 80 for HTTP and 443 for HTTPS, as I told you earlier as well. So this is the origin. So we have the origin from protocol to the port. The part regarding the exact location and the file is not included in the origin. So only the portion that is here in the colorful, that is displayed as the colorful part, is included in the origin. So now a browser determines that the two web pages have the same origin if all these three things overlap. So if the protocol match, the domain match, and the port match. So here we have HTTP and HTTPS. So the protocols do not match, so this is not the same origin. So a website running on this URL will not be able to interact with the data of this URL. Similarly, here we have this domain, but this domain is also changed. This is not the exact domain. Here we have one word added before CS161. So there is domain mismatch. So this is not also the same origin. And similarly, if there is some port specified and there is some change in the port, we go that there is a port mismatch and the browser will determine that these are not the same origin. So the JavaScript loaded with this website will not be interacted to the website that is in the second column. So this is how a browser ensures that a JavaScript loaded from a malicious website may not interact with the data of other website that is loaded in the second tab. So two websites with different origins cannot interact with each other. For example, if CS161 even embed google.com, they even then cannot interact. Like I told you that on a web page, you can embed a website inside a website. So even then it cannot interact with each other. So the JavaScript can run with the origin of the web page that it loads only. Websites can fetch and display images from other origins. So only exception is that images are not included. Like I told you that you can just embed an image from another URL. So images are excluded from this policy. So the JavaScript is included that no JavaScript will able to interact with each other, nor the HTML and CSS. But the images can be loaded. However, the websites can agree to allow some limited sharing, and there are some additional headers like core which we are not discussing, but as a default behavior, it is not allowed. So this was our first part, which was here as well. So this is the description of HTTP protocol, which we have seen in detail, how this works. We have also performed the lab of vulnerability scanning. This is the same lab that you can do with NICTO as well as the GVM vulnerability scanner. The same lab is being repeated. You can do these two labs at your own time. You just need to run the GVM and scan a website. Now let's see some other basic web security. So you must have heard the term cookies. What are these? So as we have seen that HTTP is a request response protocol, the web server request processes each request independently. But what if we want our responses to be customized? For example, if we activate the dark mode, I want every request that I make to the server respond that it should be responded in the same manner. Similarly, if I log into the website, I want every response from the website to be related to my account. I cannot send credentials again and again. So it is done with the help of cookies. So this is a piece of data that is used to maintain state across multiple requests. So by default, the HTTP request response model do not have any facility for it, but we added a facility to maintain the state with the help of cookies. So any server can create a cookie by including a header called setCookie. So similarly, the JavaScript can create a cookie. This cookie will be stored in the web browser. You can also manually create the cookies in the browser. And they are there in the web browser, not on the web server part. So they are stored on the client side. And we also call cookie storage sometimes as cookie jar. So once you are browsing a website, you are sending 2-3 GET requests to the server. The browser automatically attaches these cookies in every request. So in the first request, once you send it the credentials, in response, the server sends you some cookies with the set cookie header. The cookie is stored in the cookie jar, and then every time you are browsing a website, the browser automatically attaches the relevant cookies. And the server uses these received cookies to customize responses. So what are the parts of a cookie? There are name and values. So the first is the name and what is the value, which domain it is applicable to, the exact path, and then there are some additional elements which we'll see just later on. So the actual data of the cookie is stored as name value pair, and the name and value can be of any string. However, some special characters like semicolons cannot be stored here. So cookie has a name and it has a value. So these are the two major elements. Then we have the domain and the path. It defines which request the browser should this attached cookie for. So every time you are browsing this domain and you are on this path, this cookie will be attached. And then there are some additional elements like secure. Secure attribute means that it will be only sent uh, sent on the HTTPS request and it will not be sent on the HTTP. So it only sends the cookie if the request is made over HTTPS and not HTTP. The second is HTTP only. It means the JavaScript in the browser is not allowed to interact with the cookie. Why this is important? Because if the JavaScript can interact with the cookie, it can copy the cookie and email over. That's why you must have heard that your cookies have been stolen and your session has been hijacked. So if your cookies are gone, then your session is gone, and any adversary or an attacker can log in into your Facebook or a Google account without requiring your password. If he has the valid cookies, he can just jump into your session. So this is required that HTTP only should be set to true here, that the JavaScript should not be able to interact with this. And then there is some expiry, like if login is valid for 1 hour or another, so it should there should be some expiry given. Similar to the same origin policy, we have the cookie policy as well. So recall that a server can create a cookie by including a set cookie header, and the browser automatically attaches the cookies. So we have the security issue that server should not be able to set cookies for unrelated websites. This should not happen, that evil.com should be able to set a cookie that sends to google.com, or the facebook.com cannot set the cookie for google.com. Only the relevant website can set the cookie for itself. And the second thing is that the cookie should not be sent to the wrong website. The cookie for google.com should not be sent to evil.com in any case. So this is ensured with the help of a cookie policy. So what are the cookie policy? These are also enforced by the browsers. As a user, we do not have to do that, but we must understand how this is working behind the scenes. So when the browser receives a cookie from the web server, so should the cookie be accepted? So the first decision is that if someone sends a cookie, whether it should be accepted or not. So to understand it, we must understand the hierarchy of the domain. So these are the root domains .edu, .org or .com, and these are our main domains. And then we have subdomains as well that are written on the left side of main domain with the help after adding a dot. So we have this root domain, the main domain, and this subdomain part. So when the browser receives a cookie from a server, should the cookie be accepted? So it is determined that server with domain X can only set a cookie with domain attribute Y if X ends in Y. What I mean is that this should be mail.google.com can set a cookie for google.com because this URL uh, ends in this domain. So it can set a cookie for google.com. And X is below or equal to Y on the hierarchy, so it is below. Similarly, google.com is equal, so it can set a cookie. And X is more specific or equal to Y, that also means the same thing. But the domain attribute is not a top level domain. What I mean to say that google.com cannot set the cookies for com only. This subdomain can set the cookie for main domain, but the main domain cannot set the cookie for the top level domain. So this is for the setting cookies, not for the attaching cookies. The policy is only for setting cookies. Now, when the browser makes a request to server, should the cookie be attached? The second policy dictates that. So the domain attribute is a domain suffix of the server domain, and the path attribute is a prefix of the server path. What I mean to say is that this is the actual cookie domain and the cookie path. And if you are browsing this website, if this comes, if you overlap these ones and these are just like exactly opposite to each other, so this part is there in the URL, then the cookie will be sent. So if the cookie path is there and the cookie domain is there in the URL that you're browsing, then only the cookies will be sent. So quick method will be to concatenate the cookie domain and the path, line it up below the requested URL at the first single slash, and if the domain and path all match, then the cookie is sent. Otherwise, the cookie will not be sent. So here, the path does not match, so it will not be sent. But in case of cryptoverse, the path matches, so it is being sent. So we have some attacks on the cookies as well. So if two cookies have the same name but different values, they are sent in undefined order. So in which cookie will be processed first is not understood. So this must be done that the name should be different. So how do we authenticate session? This we have also discussed early on, that you type in your username and password, and once you log in, a cookie will be sent to you, which will be saved in the cookie jar. And every time you are browsing the page or you are browsing different pages of the same website, the cookie will be automatically sent, and the web server will recognize that you are already logged in. The same thing is written that you do not want to show your ID badge again and again. You are presented a card that you can hang around. Similar is the case with cookies. You are assigned the cookies once and you can attach the cookies with every request. And these cookies are sometimes called session tokens as well. So now what is the issue with the security? If an attacker steals your session token, they can log in as you. The attacker can make request and attach your session token, and he will not require your username and password. The server will think that the attacker's request came from you. So the server need to generate the session token randomly. So it should not happen that an attacker automatically generates some session tokens that overlap with the current cookies that is being used by someone else, and he automatically logs in to someone else's session. So he must ensure that the servers need to ensure that the cookies that they are generating are actually random and are not and cannot be judged by the attacker. And similarly, browser needs to make sure that the malicious website cannot steal these session tokens. So this is ensured with the cookie policy and the same origin policy. And the browser should not send session tokens to the wrong website, which is ensured by the cookie policy. This is the same thing that we saw in the earlier on. There is the name, the value, the domain. The session tokens are same, just like cookies, just they are ensuring the session. Now we come to the first attack, which is cross-site request forgery. So we have seen that session token cookies are automatically used to associate a request with a user, and they are automatically attached to the relevant request if you're browsing a website. So the idea of the attack is that the attacker tricks the victim into making an unintended request. So what we need to say is that the user logs in to a session and receives his token. So now the user is logged in the session and the cookie is with the user. Now the attacker sent a malicious link to the user. For example, there may be a request to transfer some money from one place to another. So the cookie, once the user clicks on the link, the user's cookie is automatically attached to it, and the request is sent to the server. Now the server is understanding that the request is coming from the user, and the user cookie is automatically being attached because it is the default behavior of the browser, which means the user is authenticated to perform this request, and the request will be carried out in the context of the user. So this is called cross-site request forgery, where an attacker just creates a fake link and tricks him to make a request. For example, this may be a simple URL which specifies an amount and where this amount should be sent. But the URL will be executed in the context of a user who clicks on it. So if the if our victim clicks on this link, his cookies will automatically be attached and the amount from his account will be transferred to our malware account. The second strategy may be that he may put some HTML on a website, the victim will visit, and once there may be some kind of hidden links in it, or once he makes some request, automatically then the get request will be done. Like the URL is stored inside an image source. Automatically, the request will be carried out, the cookie will be attached, and the amount will be transferred to the memory account. So this comes in the top 25 most dangerous software weaknesses of 2020, and this is ninth on the list. So it is still valid in today's world, and we often see these kind of vulnerabilities in our websites. So mostly these are also valid for Internet of Things devices. For example, the same vulnerability can be exploited to reset a password. For example, he may generate a link like this. Once a user clicks on it, his password gets changed and the user gets, because the password is already set, the attacker already knows the password. This can be used to change the password of IoT devices like refrigerator, ACs, air conditioners. Uh, Moreover, the routers, the home routers, the DSL routers, these are not safe from CSRF attacks. So IoT devices generally do not implement these defenses, and once a victim opens it, his device gets compromised. So there was also an attack on YouTube back in 2008 where the attackers exploited this vulnerability and they could add any videos to the victim favorites, friends or family list, and they could do anything with this CSRF attack. So YouTube has also been a victim of this CSRF. Similarly, the Facebook has been hit in 2009. So what are the CSRF defenses? So CSRF defenses are implemented by the server and the browser cannot do anything. There are CSRF tokens, referral validation, and same-site cookie attribution, which we are not seeing for now. CSRF tokens are that for every request, add a random value to it. So if you are requesting a web server different pages in a sequence, for every request, a secret number will be provided to you. which you will also attach with it. Just like cookies, there is a secret number, and so the browser or the web server will exactly know that after the request number 2, you have requested request number 3. So if there is some kind of break in there, for example, request, if you request, if the attacker send a request with the request token of 4, but uh, actually the request for the user is going around in hundreds, the server will not process it. So a CSRF token may be added to it. So a secret value that is provided by the server, the user must attach the same value in the request for the server to accept the request. And it cannot be sent to the server in a cookie. It is just live action. Once you are requesting something, you are getting a value and you have to just attach it again in the next request. So you can send it as a get parameter or a post content or a header. Normally it is sent in a header. So for example, a user logs into the web server, he gets a token, the attacker makes a request, uh, the user attacker sends a link to it and it gets request, but it will not be available because the attacker does not know the token, so he cannot embed the token in the request or on the link. The token is already available with the user, which will not automatically be given or will not be automatically be sent. And the attacker does not know it, so he cannot make a custom link. So CSRF attack will fail. So these are something basic security. Now we will move towards some kind of web attacks on the lab side. Let's just have 5 minutes break and we will move towards some practical side. Open your Kali Linux and be back with me within 5 minutes. Okay, Ramat Kumar and Tahiyyat.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, if you have Kali Linux, you can just start it and then let's do that. Give me 5 minutes break while we start our machines. So once we talk about web attacks, the first thing that comes into our mind is brute forcing. So brute forcing is a technique that is used in computers to try a large number of possible passwords or keys in order to find the correct one. So we are trying every possible combination until the correct one is found. So we will be using the Kali Linux for learning this attack, and we will make use of a tool called burp. So before we move on to the tool, we need to route out web traffic through this burp, and we need an add-on, so which is called Foxy Proxy. So if you search for it, you will get the URL for Chrome Web Store as well as Firefox. As we are using Firefox, we click on it and you can just click add to Firefox. And once it asks for the permission, just click on add and click on add. Now you need to click on these extensions. Click on this pin to toolbar. Now we have it here. Just click here and you click on the options bar first. Now we need to add some proxies here. Click on add and just type here burp. The host name will be 127.0.0.1 and the port is 80. This is the default configuration of burp. You need to set up the HTTP proxy The host name should be set to 127.0.0.1 and the port as 8080 and click on save. So now once it the Foxy proxy will be activated, uh, if you click on this burp, the Foxy proxy will be activated and all our traffic will be routed through burp. Now you can click on this options bar. So our DVWA is running on this IP address 10.6.6.13. You can click on this IP. You can just browse it. And the password is, I think, admin and password. Yes, the password is admin and password. You can save it even. So here you can see that we are now logged in and there are different security levels. So this application, the vulnerable web application, provides us a platform to test different vulnerabilities that are given here at different security levels. So the if we want to change the security, we can go into this DVWA security. You can change it from into low mode and click on submit, and the security will be set to low. So here we have 4 different options from low, medium, high to impossible, where we can test the vulnerabilities at different security levels. So we will be just going through a few challenges on the lowest security mode. So here we have the brute force module. So we need to understand or we need to try different passwords and to crack this password. For example, if I'm saying telling it wrong password, so it says that username or password is incorrect. So we have to guess it. So we need a tool that can do it automatically. There is a command line tool called Hydra that we can also use, but there is a very good tool called Burp. You can click on the application and type in Burp. Give it a few seconds, it will be loaded. It's a heavy tool, so it takes a few seconds to load. Just accept the agreement and click to create a temporary project. Use the defaults and click on start. So now this is the main window of Burp. Here we have the proxy tab where every intercepted request will be captured. For example, if we want to send a request from our browser to here, we need to turn the intercept on. We need to go back to our browser, set the proxy to burp, log in with input any password and click on login, and you can see that our request is automatically captured in burp, and we can see the request here. So now if we want to brute force it, we need to send it to the intruder module. We are currently in the proxy module. For brute forcing, we need to send it into the intruder. So right click it and select the option to send to intruder. So now go into the intruder part, click on clear this dollar symbol, and you can see that our username is here and the password is here. So whatever we want to brute force, we need to specify it with clicking on this add button. So we need to brute force the password. So what we can do is we can select this password. The username is admin, that will remain there. We know that we may get to know the username from uh, our previous attempt or from OSTRAINed or from other footprinting that we studied in module 2 and 3. So we know already the username and we want to only brute force the password. So select the password that any wrong password even that you have inputted and click on add. Now it will be added as a target. Now you need to go into this payload tab and you need to specify a word list. For example, let's load a word list, go into load. There are word lists available in the user, share, word list. And let's just select John.list. This one is smaller one, just select it. So the list will be loaded and here there are different passwords that we can try. And now we just need to select this option to start attack. And once you click on start, the attack will automatically start. Now this brute force attack is very good, but it does not automatically detect when the password is detected or when the correct password is found. What you need to do is you need to just filter out or sort the request with the length type. For example, if you click on length, you can see that there are different length sizes. All lengths are same except this 5288 one. 5288. So if you look here, the payload is password. So you can just stop it, and you will see that this was the request given, and the response is this one. And if we go there, we can see that we are successfully logged in. So you just need to sort it with the length and track the changes here. If you see some change here, like the request size or the response size, like 5288, it means that this one has a separate request or a different request or different result. That means that it is our correct password. You can just click on attack and solve it. So we have found a password which was actually the password. So this is how we can perform a brute force attack with the help of uh, burp. You can click on proxy tab again. You can drop the request and you can turn the intercept off. So this was our attack number 1. So the second is command execution. Now what is command execution attack? Now some websites allow you to execute commands through a web interface, typically to generate some reports or to perform some actions. For example, in case of DVWA, it provides us the input field where we can type in an IP address, and if we click submit, the web server automatically pings the IP address, and gives us the results like that are displayed there. So how we can do it? We can just open the website. Make sure that your security is set to low. If you move into command injection, you can type in any IP like sorry, you need to turn the intercept off by clicking on disable, and you can see that it has uh, tried to ping it, but it received no response. You can ping 127.0.0.1. You can click on submit, and you can see the ping response. What we can do is we can just add a semicolon with it and add additional commands to it. For example, we can type in ls, and you can see that it will list down the files in the folder. So we are exploiting the basic functionality of it, but also adding another command to it. For example, we can also check in the parent working directory. We can run any command. For example, if we type in pwd, and it will list down the exact directory the web server is running. So we can use additional command in conjunction with the original intended command, with the intended facility that is provided by the website. So this is called command injection. CSRF we have already seen. Similarly, we have SQL injection. For example, what is SQL injection? Let's first see that. So SQL injection is a type of attack in which an attacker injects a malicious code into website SQL statement and gains sensitive information. For example, we can bypass authentication, we can retrieve all the data from the databases, we can modify or delete data, we can access the data, and they can also be used to create new user accounts with new privileges or perform malicious action. So what happens is that, for example, there is a application like this. If you type in a book name, it creates a query in SQL language where uh, this, which is written like select author title year from books table, where publisher is equal according to your query. But what we can do is we can play with it. For example, I can add a colon here, which will mean in the SQL that the query is ended. But we can just add in some another query with it, just like in the command injection. So I have typed in or 1 is equal to 1, which will always be true. So here it not only does this test, it also does this one. So, but as 1 is equal to 1 is always true, it returns every data in the database. Let's see in the action that you will understand. For example, here we have a field. We can type in the type in the ID, and we get the result of which user the ID belongs to. But what I can do is that I can add in this one, the colon, or 1 is equal to 1, and the symbol, the hashtag, and click on submit. And you can see that it has automatically list down all the data that is in the database. So this is the manual exploitation. Now we have another thing, a tool with us in the Kali Linux that can automatically exploit it. What we need to do is we need to uh, intercept this request in burp. So just activate the burp here, turn the intercept on, go back, input any value, just click on submit. And once your request is captured, right click here, and here you have to select the option copy to a file. Now just save it in the request.txt, give it a file name and click on save. Now our request will be captured. Now you can turn the intercept off and close it. So similarly close this off, turn the proxy off, and now you need to open the terminal. Now if you type in ls, we have this request.txt. What we can do is we can use the tool SQL map -r request.txt and -dbs to enumerate databases. So if it asks for any other option, just press Y and type on pressing enter. It will automatically try different attacks against the database. And it will list down the databases that are there on the server. So we are interested in this DVWA database. Now we can just keep on exploiting it automatically with DVWA. So you can specify the database with their capital flag, specify the database name, and you can retrieve the tables of this database with the tag -- table. So press enter again. And we have two users. One is the guest book and the other is, we have the two tables. One is the guest book and the other is the users. So now we need to retrieve the data from the users table. So just specify the table with -t users, and you can check the columns with the column flag. And here we have the different columns of the table that is there, the database. And we can retrieve all the data with the dump all flag. So it has also found some hashes in it. So it is automatically trying to crack the hashes for the password. So the database contains user password in the form hashes, and it is automatically running a brute force dictionary attack against those hashes to find the plain text password as well. So once it is done, it lists down all the data from the database that contains users, the avatar URL, the password which it was able to crack, and the last name and the first information. So everything is available. So this is the vulnerability that is found mostly on the online website. This is how the databases are leaked, and you find all the passwords and usernames. So this was the second attack. So I think we should end here. So this was our ethical hacker basic course that was just to give you an insight on how an attacker thinks. In the next session, we are actually going to start with our Cisco CyberOps. So you must register with in the CyberOps course. Just contact Siddiq, the course coordinator, and that you need to be enrolled in that course so that you are able to access all the content of the CyberOps. We will cover it in the next 9 to 10 weeks, and then you can appear in the certification exam as well. So this ethical hacker was just to build an understanding that how an attacker thinks, and in the cyber ops we are mostly concerned about the defensive side. That once attacker is performing these attacks, how you are going to actually defend these. Although we will be touching some red teaming part as well, where we are going to perform some attacks as well, but mostly we will be concerned about how we can stop this. Okay, so next time we will meet, we will be actually going through the curriculum of CyberOps. So, Ramat Kumar, are you with me?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
It's okay, so please get yourself enrolled in CyberOps
Yeah.
and contact Siddiq and Tahiyat you as well. So, that course we will cover in detail. We will cover around, I think it has around 18 or 19 modules, which we will cover in detail, and that will prepare you for the actual certification exam.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Okay, take care. And if you have any questions, you can ask on the Discord or WebEx.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. In this session, let's first see that we have done with the ethical hacker course. So now you need to do two things. First is I have opened this final capstone activity. So it is a 4-task challenge. So what you need to do is you can open it, and there are 4 challenges here. This is totally related to the practical part. To scroll down, there is challenge number 1, that is for SQL injection. Challenge number 2 is to find web vulnerabilities, to investigate directories and find a flag file. And the challenge number 3 is explore some shares and file of files that you can do with the SMB client or SMB map that we have seen in the course. And then you can analyze a wireshark capture to find the location of a file containing flag information. So these are the 4 tasks. And this is the Kali VM that you required. This is the same one that we have set up early on. So these are the challenges that you need to do, and it will help you to solidify your practical concepts. So this is the one final capstone challenge that you need to perform. So the second thing that you need to do is you need to navigate to the final exam. You can appear in this exam for as many times as you want. What you can do is you can start the exam, and even if you do not qualify, you get to know your weaknesses. So there will be something because this course was very fast paced and we mostly focus on the practical part, not on the theoretical part. So there may be some questions that may seem very odd to you. There are around 50 questions. You appear it, even if you fail it, it doesn't matter. you have unlimited attempts for it. You can go back to the relevant chapters, solidify your concept, and then you can again try this exam. This is very useful once uh, we are moving forward for your ethical hacking career or your cybersecurity career. So it is essential that you appear in this exam and try to pass it. There are around, I think, 70% passing marks. So you can do it easily. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. You go back, you go through the modules again, and you come back and practice this exam. You attempt this exam again.
So that's all for this course. I hope you enjoyed the course and take care.